Good morning.
Okay, we are being live streamed. We are on the YouTube.
Good morning, everybody. This is Hearing Examiner Schaefer. I'm just trying to troubleshoot my camera for some reason. There seems to be a software malfunction. So,
And hearing examiner Schaefer, was also having Zoom issues regarding multiple versions showing up. So I've tried twice to reset the Zoom, but I may need to go in at the lunch break and um, Phil said that he wants to reinstall the Zoom program. I'm a little scared about that, but
well, I just fixed it. So all is good for the time being.
okay, excellent. Good to hear. Looks like I've got a couple of hands for procedural questions. Uh, Ms. Amer, I think your hand was up first.
Yes,
What's
thank you. Thank you very much. Um, I do have a procedural matter that I want to raise before
okay?
both hearing examiners. The procedural concern that staff needs to bring to your attention is that SPS's pre-hearing memorandum states that 51% of their witnesses are unavailable at various times for the duration of the public hearing, and many are available next week. As you know, the past 2 days of this public hearing, the time has been taken up by cross-examination of Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Lees. And we also know that both deflected answers to cross-examination questions to subject matter experts, many of them who are unavailable at a variety of times. SPS has offered 21 witnesses, and 11 of them are unavailable at a variety of times. As you know, that under Rule 1.2.233, the hearing examiners under B7 have the authority to regulate the course of public hearings and or investigations, including the scheduling, recessing, reconvening, and adjournment thereof, unless otherwise provided by the commission. For this reason, and to prevent the interveners and the staff and hardship, because it will be hard for staff and the interveners to present their cases if they're forced to go out of turn in order to accommodate an SPS witness that may not be available.
You think that's going to happen, Ms. Amer? Is that
I
your concern?
That is my concern, and I don't know what is going to happen. I wish I did. And I cited to the wrong rule. It's 1.2.2.3. .2.29C, and I'm 7, and I would like the court reporter to acknowledge that. Anyway,
Okay, well, we're not on the record. This is the, before we start, bring up procedural matter time.
okay.
So what you're
great.
saying is staff has an issue with, they're worried they're not going to get their cross-examination time in the correct presentation order. Is that shortcut?
Yes, and that we
Okay,
will be able to fulfill your schedule as you issued with the spreadsheet.
okay. Very well. And as you know, I've already addressed this situation twice on the record, or maybe not on the record yesterday before, after we recessed, that I have addressed, making sure that we have the witnesses this week that are not going to be available next week. Okay. Mr. Larson, you also have a procedural issue before we go on the record?
I do, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay.
And it's interrelated actually with the conversation that you just had with Ms. Amer.
Okay.
First off, Mr. Oz, who was showing a significant amount of unavailability next
Yep.
week, we've cleared that up. So he does have some unavailability Tuesday afternoon, but our expectation right now is that he will be on before that. So that was a big chunk of unavailability.
Okay.
That's the first issue. Second issue, we've been looking at the order of witnesses. It's, our rough prognostication that we may get through Mr. Asmus would be about as far as we can get today. We have, we have folks traveling to, be kind of together for the hearing. There, with the weather that's coming, we have folks in process of traveling back other places that are after Mr. Asmus. And what we're trying to do with that is to clean up some of the availability issues so that we can proceed as smoothly as possible.
Good. Awesome. Anything
And
else on that matter?
no, ma'am, but maybe perhaps at the end of the day, we could just have a brief dialogue about sort of where we are and how we expect the next data, Friday, for example, to unfold, and we'll be assessing that throughout the course of the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very well. Anything further? No. All right, Mr. Lee, if you're ready, I believe we can go back on our record. Good
Go ahead, Judge.
morning. We are returning from our evening recess, continuing the presentation of evidence in case number 25-00066. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's request for CCNs and more. When prior to us going on our record, we've had a brief inquiry from staff, counsel Ms. Amer, expressing concerns about the unavailability of some of SPS's witnesses that have yet to testify, and that there's concern that if those witnesses don't testify in the next 2 days, they're not going to be available next week, and that's going to be a problem. As the parties are aware, I believe I've addressed this issue once on the record, and then after we recessed yesterday, there was a procedural discussion that included what witnesses potentially could be presented today, and I addressed this issue. Additionally, Mr. Larson, counsel for SPS, also addressed this issue this morning before we went on the record, indicating that SPS is working toward making sure we're going to have a hopefully smooth witness availability, and indicated that one of the witnesses that they had indicated in their pre-hearing memo who was not available during the second week is actually going to be available except for some time on Tuesday afternoon, and that they are going to continue to work on this. We'll discuss this issue and in an ongoing manner, whether that be at the time of the lunch and recess to see if we have any updated information on that, or at the close of today's hearing. Okay, with that procedural posture.
I'll just say
being put-
one more thing to add.
Okay.
Hearing Examiner Hurst. I think that, again, to reiterate a principle that Hearing Examiner Hurst and I have been sharing with the parties for quite some time, this is a group effort. This is something that involves all of us. So what also makes a substantial difference in terms of our use of time is good questions, good answers, and being prepared on both ends. So that will, I think, alleviate some of our concerns about witness availability. Obviously, we'd like to have all the witnesses completely available. Life happens, prior commitments sometimes cannot be avoided, or unexpected circumstances cannot be avoided. But the more we all work together and have good interventions and good thoughtful questions and answers, I think that's going to make a big difference for all of us. So that's all I wanted to add, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
I appreciate your comments, Hearing Examiner Schaefer, and the positive intonation that you give them. Okay. Very well. We are going to now return to the cross-examination of Mr. Gable, and I believe we concluded OPL's cross-examination yesterday, so we will begin then with reserved time from LES, and I believe, Ms. Drake, that you reserved 30 minutes?
We did, and Ms. Miller is going to do that cross-examination for LES. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you so much. Good morning, Ms. Miller. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Is the witness present? Oh, there he
Yep,
is.
there he is. He's under Zoom user.
Good morning, Mr. Gable. How are you this morning?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Nice to meet you virtually.
Nice to meet you as well.
I wanted to start out by talking a little bit about your initial modeling. Of all the bids received by SPS in response to its 2024 RFP, only 36 unique projects proceeded to modeling. Is that correct?
82 bids, 36 unique projects.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Can you
You're right.
slow down and say it again?
That's correct. It was 82 bids that represented 36 projects.
Okay. And of those 36 unique projects, those included 13 PPA projects, which were comprised of nine storage projects and 4 wind projects. Is that right?
Subject to check. I believe that sounds right.
Okay. And I think that's at page 48 of your direct. Also,
I'm sorry. I'll pause you though. You said there was 4 wind projects?
yeah, from the PPAs.
of the unique projects?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also included in those 36 unique projects were 23 projects that were proposed by the SPS bid development team, including 2 gas thermal projects. Is that correct?
That is correct. Subject to check.
Okay. Were those 2 gas thermal projects, were those the Gaines and the Tolk projects?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Initial modeling runs showed that bids would not satisfy PRM requirements for winter 28-29. Is that right?
That is correct.
So one of the things that SPS did in response to that was adjust the base modeling assumptions to extend the service lives of several existing generation units. Is that correct?
That is not exactly correct. So just a step back, when
Okay.
when we originally saw the 36% PRM go into effect and the exact timing about those of when that would be in effect, one of the first things that we did was issue on our public website that we are looking for projects to make sure that when they are submitted in anticipation to come online before that we clarified the due date or the date that they needed to be in service to be able to satisfy that winter requirement. So we made sure that that was available to the bidders. We also made sure that when we reviewed the bids, if there was any opportunity for us to be able to solve winter 28-29, the major consideration there was really just the Tolk unit 1 and 2. That was really what we were talking about when we were trying to say when we made any kind of adjustments to the model because of winter 28 and 29. And we made sure and did that the entire time with the guidance and concurrence with the IM.
Okay. So SPS adjusted, but did SPS adjust the model to extend the service lives of Tolk 1 and 2?
We did adjust the model to extend it for 3 months.
Okay. And SPS also adjusted the model to extend the service lives of Nichols 1 and 2, Maddox 1, and Plant X. Is that correct?
So in our initial modeling runs, all of our initial modeling runs showed that those projects were selected to be extended by the model. And so when we were seeing it always being selected, we went ahead and locked those resources in as being a part of the portfolio.
Okay. So did you just say that those extensions were selected by the model as opposed to SPS adjusting the base modeling assumptions?
And all of our initial modeling, the extensions were always being selected. And so because they were always being selected, we locked those in to kind of help with the model's runtimes on solutioning. So, and we did that the entire time with the IM understanding. We had several conversations with the IM saying these bids or these extensions are always being selected. We want to go ahead and lock these resources in to be able to improve runtimes of the model.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because it wasn't clear to me from your direct testimony how that happened. Okay. The IM report to the commission, which is attached to your rebuttal testimony, is JLG R2, states that during the modeling, SPS's own bid development team withdrew a solar bid.
I'm sorry, could you start with the quote again? States?
Yes. States that during modeling, SPS's own bid development team withdrew a solar bid, a hybrid solar and storage bid, and gas thermal resource bid. Is that your understanding?
I'd like to get the IM report pulled up just so that I make sure that I understand where you're
Okay.
talking about. But yes, that
Um,
was true.
I'm referring to page 16 of the IM report.
Okay, thank you.
But your answer was yes, that's true, correct?
Yes, the company withdrew a solar and a hybrid project and then the gas project as well.
Okay. And also one IPP project an IPP withdrew a wind bid as well, correct?
Yes, it is correct, but we're talking about a few different variables here. Can you show me exactly where that is on the I'm on JLG R2. Can you just give me the page number in the upper right-hand corner, please?
Oh, the upper right-hand corner. I can give you the page of the IM report, which is page 16.
Okay.
And there's a footnote. It's footnote 9. If you could find that.
Okay, thank you. Almost there. Yes, I see it now. Thank you.
Okay, so that is correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the gas thermal unit that was withdrawn by SPS's bid development team, that was bid 013118, which was the Gaines County CTG with a commercial operation date of June 1st, 2028. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It was the June bid for the Gaines County plant.
Okay. And then after the withdrawal of the 013118 Gaines County bid, SPS replaced that withdrawn bid with another bid submitted by its own bid development team, which was bid 013161. Is that correct?
It is an activity that we did when the very first thing we did once that bid was withdrawn, because it was obviously a large capacity contribution to the portfolio, was we talked to the IM. So when we discussed with the IM, we told them about a few different scenarios we were going to run the model. One was replacing that bid with the same project, but in December, and allowing the model to reoptimize. In addition, we were just going to let the model reoptimize organically as well, without that bid in there. Both scenarios resulted in the same result, which was the selection of the Gaines project at a later date, and then the inclusion of 2 additional projects in the summer 28. So yes, you are correct. In addition, we also ran the model to reoptimize without that assumption, and it came to the same conclusion with both runs.
Okay, but SPS reoptimized the model or the portfolio after it added the 013161 Gaines County CTG with a winter commercial operation date. Is that right?
We did both scenarios. One where we just removed the 118 bid and allowed the model to reoptimize. And then we also had another run where we didn't move the bid, but we just changed the bid to 161 and allowed it to reoptimize. So both model runs with the change from 118 to 161, and then one with just reoptimization, came to the same conclusions. And the IM reviewed both of those.
Okay, thank you. So bid 013161, the Gaines County CTG with a commercial operation date of December 1st, 2028. That had an expected 40-year life, which means it would be in operation till at least 2068. Is that correct? If it was chosen?
Yes, I believe. I mean, it's a 40-year life. The exact year, I'll leave it to the record to confirm that.
Okay. So it sounds to me like, because there were only 2 thermal resources that were bid, that there weren't any other dispatchable thermal resources available for the model to select other than bid 013161.
No, there were other dispatchable projects. We had a number of batteries. You mentioned the storage batteries, but those are firm dispatchable resources as well. They don't
Okay.
generate megawatt hours, but they are firm and dispatchable.
Sorry, I thought I had said dispatchable thermal resources. Was that the
Oh.
only thermal resource that could have been chosen?
When we're talking about unique projects, yes, the gains and the TOLC, I would just clarify that when we're saying unique projects, there were different versions of TOLC, a 3CT, a 4CT, and a 5CT. So yes, there was only the gains in TOLC locations where thermal projects were at, but TOLC did have 3 other configurations of thermals resources that could have been selected.
Can you tell me exactly what those other dispatchable thermal resources were that were available for the model to select other than and the 161 bid?
Yes, I don't have the bid numbers right in front of me, but there was a TOLC 3CT. And when I say 3CT, had 3 separate combustion turbine resources, or 4 or 5. Ultimately, the model went with the 4CT, but 5 CTs was available as well.
Okay. And can you also tell me what other capacity bids, such as storage, were available for the model to select at that point?
Yes, ma'am. As we wrote in our 120-day report, and I can navigate there too, if you give me a second.
Sure.
Let me get that pulled up.
I'm sorry, could you tell me again what you're pulling up?
I'm sorry about that. In the scenario that we're talking about, when the Gaines project, the later date was selected, you asked me were there other dispatchable resources that could have been selected. And I wanted to provide the information that showed that we had 2 battery projects that came in summer 28 in addition to the Gaines project in December to solve for the summer 28 need. The projects that were selected were the Thalia battery and the Sagamore battery. And at the time that this happened, we did not move forward with those because those 2 projects were only being selected to solve for the summer of 28, and they were not required to meet our capacity needs later in the portfolio. In the 120-day report, though, we ultimately did move forward with the Sagamore battery as a result of projects dropping out after portfolio announcements. And we had that as an attachment to the IAM has an attachment that shows the memo of why we ultimately went with the Sagamore battery, because it was the lowest cost on a levelized cost basis to help solution the needs from the 3 renewable projects that were provided to us from PPAs that ultimately.
I'm sorry, because it was the lowest cost on a levelized cost basis. Go ahead.
So it was the lowest cost on a levelized cost basis to solution the withdrawal of 3 PPA renewable projects after the portfolio announcement occurred. We have that record as an attachment to the IAM has the record attached to their final report.
Okay. So eventually the Sagamore battery project was chosen, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But the Thalia battery was not, is that right?
It was not, because it didn't provide as much capacity, and it was not the cheapest alternative from the withdrawal of those projects.
And were those 2 battery storage projects, did they have a projected life of less than 40 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other dispatchable projects that were available to be chosen that had a projected life of less than 40 years?
No, but we do correct for this in the modeling with our modeling setup, and we explain this in the 120 report where we continue those bids past the 20-year period so that the model doesn't artificially make a decision to solve a future need. It's part of that lock tail discussion. We also call it the I'm just having trouble remembering the exact name that we call that process. It's in our initial report to, or I'm sorry, our final report to the IM. I can grab that or I can find that, but it'll take me time, and I don't want to take time from you. So
Yeah, I don't know if you need to go into that.
okay.
Okay. And I think you already said this, the withdrawals of the bids by the SPS bid development team and that one win bid, that created a summer 2028 capacity gap, even after you replaced the 118 bid with the 161 bid, and those were the two different gains bids, correct?
It did create a gap in the summer 28, but we were able to solution past the summer 28. So it did represent a single season worth of capacity shortfall from that.
Okay. All right. SPS did not conduct another RFP due to the withdrawal of bid 013118. Is that correct?
No, we did not. We have issued a second RFP. That RFP is out right now. That's the solution between 2030 and 32. Correct. We did
Right.
not issue another RFP besides
I'm
that.
sorry, that's the solution.
That second RFP solutions 2030 to 2032. So it does not cover the same time period of the withdrawal of the gains 118 bid for the summer of 28.
So that additional RFP that you issued in August of 2025, that was issued because SPS hadn't met its, or the modeling didn't meet the 2030 RPS requirements. Is that correct?
It's one factor. There's a few factors. But yes, we also made in that second RFP, we've not limited the in-service dates to 2030 to 2032. We said our need period is 2030 to 32, but we'll accept bids earlier than that.
Okay. My initial question was, SPS did not conduct another RFP just because of the withdrawal of the bid 118. Is that correct? The additional 2025 RFP came later. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And SPS did not analyze opportunities for short-term capacity purchases while trying to find another option other than the Gaines 161 bid, which had the commercial operation date of December 1st, 2028, to meet capacity shortfall that would also meet compliance with the New Mexico Renewable Energy Act. Is that correct?
We did issue a short-term capacity RFP. It wasn't in response to the 118 withdrawal, but we did ask for short-term capacity separately. We only received about 165 megawatts worth of capacity in that RFP. Ultimately didn't move forward with any of those, but that short-term capacity RFP did happen during this RFP, but it was not to solve the summer 28 specifically or as a response from that.
When was that additional RFP for short-term capacity issued?
I believe it's an attachment into my direct testimony. Do you want me to look for the date on that?
Yeah,
Okay.
remind us.
Yeah, 1 second. This is my rebuttal, isn't it? Sorry. It's my rebuttal. This is the direct.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have that page number if it's helpful for me to direct the witness to it.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Gable, if you take a look at attachment JLG4 to your direct testimony, it's on page 1.
Thank you so much, Mr. Larson. I am on that. So attachment GLG 4, page 2. This is the short-term capacity RFP, and it was issued on January 24th of 2025. And was there another question on it?
Nope, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay.
SPS submitted the initial preferred portfolio and its report on the evaluation of proposals to the IM on June 17th, 2025, correct?
That is also an attachment.
I think it's attached to your rebuttal as JLG R2.
Okay, 1 second.
Appendix A, maybe.
LGR2. Looking for attachment A. There's C.
It's also in your direct testimony, page 74.
Sorry. I'm almost at the attachment though. Okay, so you wanted me to look up the 120-day report, and I am
Just
on that
confirming the
report.
date that SPS submitted the initial preferred portfolio and its report on the evaluation of proposals to the IM. Just confirm
Yes.
that was June 17th, 2025?
Yes, ma'am. It's June 17th.
Okay. And after that date, there were several bids that were part of the initial preferred portfolio that were withdrawn, correct?
Yes, there were 3 projects. 2 of them were PPAs for 2 separate wind projects, and 1 was a build transfer for a solar project.
Right, okay. And ultimately, those withdrawals resulted in SPS issuing another RFP on August 15th, 2025 to meet RPS 2030 compliance. Is that right?
The RFP was not issued in response to those withdrawals. The RFP was originally anticipated to be issued because we had a MJB portfolio plus 3 RPS 30 projects. Of the 3 RPS 30 projects we had, 1 was called Tolk Solar. That project was a surplus on top of additional surplus of wind at Tolk. When we reviewed that project, there was a substantial amount of curtailment behind that POI. And we withdrew that project and decided to issue another RFP because of that one. However, the withdrawal of those 3 projects by the independent developers did did represent an increase in the overall need in that second RFP.
Okay, was that RFP issued because of the combination of those two things, that there were because of the withdrawals of the two IPP wind projects, the build transfer solar project, and also the potential need for curtailment on those two BESS projects. Is that correct?
No, the RFP, we indicated to the IAM in this report that we were planning to issue another RFP because of SPS's need to reach the RPS 30, and that the initial preferred portfolio was unable to reach it because of the projects that we received. The need was increased because of the withdrawals of those projects, but the initial plans to issue that RFP was not because of it.
Okay, so the August 2025 RFP was issued to make sure that SPS could meet its RPS 2030 requirements. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay.
There have been additional needs since then, but yes.
Okay. And SPS did not consider an option where it would potentially pay SPP deficiency fees while seeking alternative generation sources that would meet with 2045 RPS requirements. Is that correct?
Can you restate your question one time?
Yes, I will do that. SPS did not consider an option where it would potentially pay SPP deficiency fees while seeking alternative generation sources that would meet with 2045 RPS requirements, correct?
I would maybe phrase that differently as.
Well, let me break it down. SPS did not consider, did not issue another RFP to seek alternative generation sources that would meet with 2045 RPS requirements, correct?
The PRM is a stand-in for reliability. My job as a resource planner is to ensure the reliability of the system. Meeting the PRM requirement is a requirement so that we maintain reliability on the system. So
right, but I was
choosing
just
to pay
asking about 2045 RPS.
Let him finish his answer, Ms. Miller.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so to choose to pay a deficiency payment is to choose to not ensure reliability of the system. I don't make decisions to choose to not be reliable. So the deficiency payment is a secondary outcome. My main objective is always to ensure reliability of the system. Or complying with the PRM ensures that we do that as SPS.
Okay. So let me ask the follow-up question. SPS did not issue another RFP to ensure that it would meet 2045 compliance, correct? At that point, it was concerned about reliability.
Yes, my main concern is reliability.
But you didn't try to issue another RFP that would result in generation sources that would meet 2045 RPS requirements?
Objection.
Which is?
The question's been asked and answered.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer to that specific question.
I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't think he's answered it either. He's answered that his main concern is reliability, but he hasn't not answered the question about whether or not SPS issued another RFP that would result in generation sources to meet 2045 RPS requirements. Answer the question, Mr. Gable, if you know.
Yes, ma'am. I would say my answer to that question is we are continuing to strive to meet our requirements under both the RPS and ETA requirements. We have a need for the generation resources selected in this portfolio to meet reliability today, and we are continuing to issue RFPs to help solution future requirements, which include both the RPS requirements in 2030 and beyond.
Okay, so are you saying that SPS did issue another RFP to seek generation sources that would meet 2045 RPS compliance?
I would probably answer yes, that our next RFP is solutioning resources to help meet those future requirements.
When was that RFP issued?
I mean, it's our RFP, the 25 RFP that's issued right now.
The August 15th, 2025 RFP?
Yes, it's seeking resources that are in service, before 2032, but those resources will continue to have RECs to meet the future requirements. So they are to help move forward our progress towards New Mexico's requirements.
Ms. Miller, you're past your 30 minutes. Do you want to take time from someone else?
Yes, I would like to take my time from Fisher, and I don't have that much more.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In analyzing the most cost-effective portfolio, did SPS consider the cost to New Mexico customers of having to pay for replacement resources after 2045 that would be compliant with the REA's requirements?
The bid pool that we were provided from bidders did not represent a pathway to get us to 2045 and meet our reliability requirements today. We did provide a scenario of what that bid pool would have needed to look like to do that. And that's in the direct testimony, and it shows what in 2031, what would have the bid pool needed to look like. And what it needed to look like was over 3,000 megawatts of batteries and I think over almost 2,000 megawatts of wind and solar. Ultimately, by 2045, that future's $5.5 billion more expensive for New Mexican customers.
Okay, but did SPS consider the cost to New Mexico customers in having to pay for if the Gaines plant cannot be used for generation in New Mexico pursuant to the ETA, did SPS consider the cost to New Mexico customers of having to pay for replacement sources down the line that did comply with the New Mexico ETA?
I think that my charge from the statement in need of the IRP was to find the most cost-effective portfolio to meet New Mexican requirements and to ensure reliability of the system today. So what my analysis did was provide resources to ensure reliability today and to demonstrate what the bid pool would have needed to look like to have not selected the resources in this portfolio.
And that was all you considered?
That's all the bids that's all I can consider was what is provided to us in the bid pool. and we've issued additional RFPs to ensure new resources to be able to help meet those requirements.
Mr. Gable, have you reviewed the recommendations in the IM report to the commission that is attached to your rebuttal testimony?
I have, but it's been a little bit.
That's
if you,
fair. I'm not going to go through all of them. I just want
Okay.
to, I'm just going to ask you about one of them.
Okay.
And if you want to look at it, it's on page 22 of 291 in attachment JLGR2. The IM states that several bidders submitted outdated versions of bid forms, resulting in missing information and cure period delays. In your direct testimony at page 6, lines 16 through 18, you indicate that 40 bids were either disqualified or withdrawn from consideration prior to modeling, and that 82 bids were deemed acceptable and evaluated for inclusion into modeling. Am I interpreting your testimony correctly there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any bids that were disqualified for submitting outdated bid forms?
No.
Okay. Were there any bids that were disqualified for other reasons as part of the completeness review?
My recollection, anything related to the bid forms in the completeness review is no. We were able to cure all the issues of related to a full bid package.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gable. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, go ahead.
You're 6 minutes over.
Okay.
Okay. Hearing Examiner Schaefer?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just have a quick follow-up question for Mr. Gable. Ms. Miller was asking you a series of questions, and you were saying to meet reliability requirements today. And I'm just wondering what it is exactly you mean by today. Is that January 22nd, 2026? What is the scope of today?
Apologies for that. It probably was a little bit inaccurate language, but reliability requirements today and through the RFP need period. So in this instance, I would say between now and 2030, those are our, what these bids were actionable to solution for from this RFP.
Thank you.
Anything further, Hearing Examiner Schaefer?
No, thank you.
Okay. I believe that the next party that has reserved time for cross-examination is you, Ms. Beatles.
Yes, my audio is on. Thank you.
Very well. And I'm trying to look past my scribbles here. It looks like you reserved 20 minutes.
That's what I have.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gable. I'm Sydney Beatles, representing Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning, Ms. Beatles.
I'm looking at your rebuttal, page 3. You state in paragraph 3 on line 10, paragraph enumerated 3, the rapidly increasing penetration of battery energy storage systems, particularly within SPS's uniquely concentrated footprint, requires prudence in accreditation expectations and operational risk assessments. That's what you state, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you explain that on pages 14 to 15, explain in greater detail. And you refer to an E3 study for Public Service Company of Colorado that suggests that the value of battery resources declines with increasing penetration. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you share your observation that declining values of battery resources are characteristic of systems as they bring on more renewables, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, ultimate question is, are those separate phenomena? In other words, does the value of batteries decline with increasing penetration of batteries only as systems bring on more renewables, or just generally?
There are a number of factors that can impact a system's, or I'm sorry, a battery system's ELCC values. The penetration of that technology specifically, of, as a ratio of other resources on the system, the changes of wind and solar resources, the makeup of those things. There's other components to a system, whether load changes, load growth, load factor. There's lots of things that go into the ELCC, but in general, as those types of technologies increase their share on the system, they do decline their ELCC, their effective load carrying capability.
So could you explain why that happens? Like why the value of batteries in terms of their contribution to the capacity of the system, why it declines as systems bring on more renewables?
Why it declines as systems bring on more renewables.
Yes, just why does that happen?
Okay. So see if I can be clear about this. As you're bringing on renewables, they are intermittent technologies. So those intermittent technologies have very specific production profiles, and those production profiles may or may not line up with the load type on a system. So for instance, a data center has a very high load factor. And what I mean by load factor is what is the maximum amount of megawatt hours that's drawing at any given time in the system. So if you have like a residential load, that has a very cyclical nature, where you see increased energy requirements with air conditioners coming on and things like that. That may line up very well with like solar, for instance, where the peak solar radiance is happening, and those technologies will excuse me, where those technologies are able to line up with the load requirements on the system. Wind resources, they can vary across the entire SPP carrier and across all landscapes. There's very specific weather patterns across the systems. Those have a different production profile that may or may not line up with a load factor. And so as you add these renewables to the system, you may find yourself in situations where the transmission system may become more congested at times, as you are getting more renewables concentrated in an area that have a very specific, they take advantage of a very specific time, where they may be lining up with a load factor or not lining up with a load factor, or be able to charge the batteries or not charge the batteries. And I'll slow down just a little bit. I know I'm talking a little fast, but the battery's ability to be able to charge has an interplay with those things. So as those technologies come onto the system, they have very specific times where they are able to contribute, and congestion may have a factor, but a battery does not generate megawatt hours. So its ability to charge is a function of being able to get megawatt hours from those renewable resources to the batteries. And if those renewable resources are producing at a time where where system congestion across the transmission system is not able to get to the batteries, it could potentially impact the battery's ELCC and its performance and ability to serve customers.
So 2 questions. Location makes a big difference, it sounds like. Is that correct?
It can make a difference.
And are your observations and opinions based on the ELCC methodology or SPP's accreditation methodology, or both?
I think when we're talking right now is in just general terms. It's not necessarily describing a specific ELC study. It's describing just general patterns of these technologies.
Okay, but the opinions that I referred to earlier when you said that it declines as penetration increases and it declines with as systems bring on more renewables, are those opinions and observations based on the ELCC methodology or SPP's accreditation methodology? You're not sure what I'm asking.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I just,
That's
I
okay.
think what I'm describing in general is just how these technologies perform. ELCC studies, depending on who's doing those studies and what the study assumptions are, they can change. So I would say that the ELCC accreditation can change based upon assumptions or characteristics of these technologies. In general, what I'm describing is just the general sense of the approach.
And that's what I requested. So it's for a
Okay.
general explanation. But I also would like to know about the ELCC methodology. Does it take location into consideration when you do an ELCC study?
I might have to get back with you on exactly what the specific study assumptions are that were used by SPP in the 24 ELCC study. I just don't have that information in front of me, and I don't want to misspeak. So I apologize, Ms. Beatles.
Oh, that's fine. Please refer to page 14 of your rebuttal, lines, oh my gosh, 2 through 7. And you say SPS will be approaching a penetration increase of 4-fold to 10% by 2030. That SPS's estimates for future accreditation appropriately account for operational risk, given the high concentration of BESS resources within its peninsular territory, as well as the potential fluctuations in accreditation that may occur due to the low levels of BESS penetration currently studied across Southwest Power Pool. You see that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is currently being studied at Southwest Power Pool? And ultimately, I want to know, might their accreditation of batteries change?
Yes, I do think that they could change. And what we're talking about here, when we're saying the potential fluctuations in accreditation that may occur due to the low levels of BESS penetration currently in the system, what I'm indicating here is that currently at SPP, their penetration levels are at 0.5%, and they're projected to go to 2.5%. So that is where they are at. And as these technologies increase in penetrations across the system, there could be an unknown impact from the ELCC accreditation standpoint, because they have not studied the level of penetrations that we are discussing in my testimony. So I also say that by contrast, SPS will be approaching penetration increasing 4-fold to 10%. So I'm trying to identify that SPS has a 10% expected penetration level, where SPP, Southwest Power Pool, is going from 0.5 to 2.5%. So SPS is significantly bringing on greater levels of battery penetration, over 1 gigawatt in the final preferred portfolio, as compared to what SPP, Southwest Power Pool. As a point of comparison, we're trying to bring on over 1,000 megawatts of batteries with this portfolio, with the final preferred portfolio that includes the PPAs that are not in this proceeding. SPP, Southwest Power Pool, their system-wide accredited capacity is at 61 or 67,738 megawatts, and they currently have 172 megawatts of accredited capacity of BESS. So what we're just highlighting here is the significant effort that SPS is, or significant movement of SPS implementation of that technology as compared to Southwest Power Pool.
Mm-hmm. Is Southwest Power Pool, like, what is their level of renewables, generally speaking? Do you have any data points that could describe their situation?
You know, I should have that information. That I don't have that, you know, that report that SPP would have published that has the information right now. And I know I would just misspeak with all the numbers that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize, Ms. Beatles.
Oh, that's fine. And isn't it commonly understood that ERCOT has a lot of batteries?
I cannot speak for ERCOT.
Okay. And I'm going to shift to a different topic. And if you want to refer my questions to someone else, that wouldn't be surprising. But in your rebuttal, you do respond to WRA's witness Weller's testimony about SPS's forecasted large load growth being speculative. You recall that, right, on page 6?
1 second, I'll get there. Page 6.
Yes. You state that you disagree that SPS's forecasted large load growth is speculative. Right?
Yes, ma'am. I do. My sentence is where I really do defer to Mr. John. So I would probably defer to any major questions about what's actually the forecast to Mr. John Goodenough.
Yeah, because what I'm going to ask you is how much of the forecasted oil and gas load takes service at the transmission level?
Yeah, I apologize. That is going to have to be Mr. John Goodenough.
Okay, that's all I have for you then. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles.
Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Ms. Beatles. I believe that the next party who reserved cross-examination time for Mr. Gable. I believe, Ms. Zur, you reserved 5 minutes?
Hearing examiner, yes, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Gable. My name is Stephanie Zur, and I am representing the Sierra Club today. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing, Mr.
Good, good. Could you do me a favor and pull up Sierra Club's exhibits number 2 and 3 in the Dropbox? Do you have them referenced that way by exhibit number?
Let me see.
Because I could give you the interrogatory number if that's easier for you, whatever helps you.
1 second. Let me see if I can navigate this. So Sierra Club. And the exhibit number is again?
2 and 3.
I do have them. I am pulling them up now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Start
All
with
right.
number Sierra Club Exhibit 2. And this was admitted into evidence when Miss Lees testified. At least I hope that's what happened. And so rather than go over it again, I would like you to look at the chart that says resource to where it says Sandy Loam Solar. And in that chart, it indicates the winter 2029-30 accredited capacity is 5, and summer 2030 accredited capacity in megawatts is 9. Do those numbers have anything to do with the fact that you're given this information and you are a sponsor of this? For that time period, would it be different if we were saying like 2030 to 2033?
It potentially could change, however, not significantly.
Okay. All right. Well, let's look at the next exhibit. That was just a clarification. I'm moving on to another topic now. I'm going to change it up here. So if you look at okay, so we have question number SC17. And this asks for you to identify where in SPS's application and testimony, SPS describes the capacity contribution of resources directly assigned to New Mexico customers and how those contributions offset other capacity and or costs that would otherwise be assigned to New Mexico customers. And the response identifies your direct testimony and states that you indicate the solar projects selected for RPS compliance purposes will be directly assigned to New Mexico customers. There is no capacity or cost offset associated with such direct assignment. Rather, resources are allocated to jurisdictions based on jurisdictional approval of those resources. As the Sandy Loam project was selected solely for its contribution towards RPS compliance, it is incremental to SPS's identified system need. And so what I want to ask you about is the 5 megawatts of Sandy Loam's summer accredited capacity and the 9 megawatts of the winter accredited capacity. All right. So I first want to ask let me just ask you, what do you mean when you say it is incremental to SPS's identified system need? That 5 megawatts.
Yes. Just a quick clarification. It's 5 megawatts of winter and 9 megawatts of summer accredited capacity.
Thank you.
But the term incremental here indicates that these resources were selected incrementally to the capacity need that was solved in the RFP. That solving of the RFP for the capacity need, there had been withdrawals since the 3 projects that we were previously talking about with Ms. Miller. So these resources for the RPS 30 were identified as incremental capacity over what SPS had solutioned. That's what we were talking about when we say that here.
I think you're confusing me a bit. I'm asking you about in the question we're talking about system capacity, and my question is specifically about the treatment of the 5 megawatts of Sandy Loam, and I'm asking you, when you use the word incremental, how does those 5 megawatts of capacity relate to the amount of system capacity? Is it incremental to system capacity?
Yes. At the time when we solutioned the RFP, the capacity contributions that were for Sandy Loam were above SPS's identified need by the end of the planning horizon.
And
Go ahead.
Continue. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm sorry. So when this project was initially selected, It was not selected for its ability to solve SPS's capacity need. It was only selected to contribute RECs. So capacity was always incremental to what SPS needed to solution at the time.
Okay.
Mr. You're past your time. Do you want to borrow from somewhere else?
Yes, hearing examiner.
Go ahead.
So your response is at the time when you were solutioning the RFP. What about at the end of the bid selection process? Well, let me ask a different question. I withdraw that. What about today? We're not solutioning an RFP. Is it incremental capacity to SPS's system, given all we've heard about capacity shortfalls between now and 2030? Is it incremental today?
I would say that its capacity is contributing to SPS meeting its system needs. I would also say that this resource would never be selected for its capacity contribution. It was selected for its RECs and its vast benefit contribution is solely based upon its RECs that it's producing.
So you're saying SPS wouldn't have selected the Sandy Loan project. It would have selected a more cost-effective resource. So let me ask you a question based on that response. SPS may have procured a more cost-effective resource than Sandy Loan had it selected the resource for system needs. But does that mean that what New Mexico should be compensated for what you have admitted contributes to SPS's system capacity needs, provides accredited capacity to SPS, should be zero?
Objection.
Your objection, sir?
Compound question. I believe it may have misstated his testimony. There's an extensive run-up to prior to the question being asked.
Sir?
Thank you. I'm going to withdraw that and I'm going to back up and I'll continue. Let me give you a hypothetical. Assume when the Sandy Loan commences commercial operation, SPS has a capacity shortfall and they're unable to serve new load. Assume the Sandy Loan project, when it goes into commercial operation on SPS's system, it provides incremental capacity, incremental accredited capacity in the summer and in the winter, allowing SPS to serve new incremental load that could not have been served but for the incremental accredited capacity it contributed to SPS's system. That is the premise for my next question. Okay, and I ask this noting you state in your testimony you have a Master of Business Administration from West Texas A&M. So I want to ask you this question. SPS's use of this incremental capacity from Sandy Loan to serve incremental load, could that potentially, possibly generate incremental additional income for SPS as the result of serving the incremental load that but for Sandy Loan, SPS would not have had the capacity to serve?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
The question is vague. I believe the question is compound. This is an extensive hypothetical and candidly, because it's so vague, I'm unclear as to what the hypothetical exactly is.
Mr.
Well, the witness responded in interrogatory and explained incremental capacity is capacity they don't need. And later on, we've heard, well, all throughout this testimony, we've heard SPS as the capacity shortfall. So to the extent I'm assuming hypothetically that SPS has a capacity shortfall, that part of my question is not hypothetical. They've admitted that. Next, he has indicated over and over, SPS says that this resource has capacity. It provides.
Mr. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let's just focus on your response to the objection. I think the counsel for SPS raised an objection on the question being vague, compound, and I'd like us to just, focus on that rather than the substantive background with respect to your thinking.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think I can do that. So there's 3 parts to this. So let's just take them one at a time. Incremental capacity, right? We agree to that? The resource provides incremental capacity. Yes, no?
The resource does contribute capacity.
Okay. Do you agree with me, sir? If you have incremental capacity, SPS could serve incremental load. Could that potentially happen?
Capacity is required to serve load.
So your answer is yes.
Capacity is required to serve load.
So your answer is yes. If you don't
Capacity's-
say yes, this is a hypothetical. Could you just answer the question?
I apologize.
If
Can
they
you
have
ask it-
incremental, yes, sir. If
Okay.
they have incremental capacity, does that enable them to serve incremental load? Possibly, assuming the load gets interconnected and approved and all that other stuff. Can incremental capacity allow a utility to serve incremental load?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
The question's vague, the question's ambiguous, and potentially speculative as well.
I'm going to overrule it. I think she's posed a hypothetical. I think he has admitted that capacity is needed, that potentially this could. No, I think that's the pending question. If there is some type of incremental capacity, would it enable service of incremental load? Answer the question, Mr. Gable, if you know.
I guess the answer is yes. I just don't think that the characterization is accurate. But we can
How
move
would you
on.
characterize it?
What we're trying to indicate here is that if you were trying to solve your capacity need, selecting a 189 megawatt solar project to get 5 megawatts of capacity is not a solution. That's what we're trying to indicate here, is that the model selected this for its REC contribution only. And so the backcasting of saying that it provides incremental capacity to solution is a mischaracterization of how it was selected and brought into this portfolio. SPS didn't select it so that it could bring on customers. It selected it so that it can contribute RECs.
I understand that, but I think what the questioner is trying to get to, is there some other benefit that this facility might provide to SPS or the system other than the provision of RECs?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. We have identified that there are secondary benefits to projects like this. It is not their primary reason, though, and SPS would not propose this project on its capacity value alone.
And the secondary benefits would include having additional capacity, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can go ahead, mister. You're approaching 15 minutes, so almost triple your time.
I believe I have 30 total left. So if that's correct, I'm going to continue.
Go ahead.
All right. So my question, sir, is not whether it's appropriate. All right. I'm going to do a new question here. Sorry. You stated you wouldn't have selected a resource that only provides 5 megawatts of capacity over one that provides 189 megawatts that your system planning would have selected. Can we agree that's your testimony? Just yes or no? Is that about
No.
right?
No, I would not say that.
All right, then let me withdraw that and start again. I don't want to go back, okay? We do have a resource that New Mexico is going to be direct assigned, and they're going to pay for these 5 megawatts, regardless of whether that would have been the preferred resource for a capacity need. So here's my question. What should New Mexico be compensated for the 5 megawatts of capacity that its resource that they're being direct assigned to pay for contributes to SPS's system? Is 0 the correct number?
I think that question may be outside of my realm of expertise. My realm of expertise is the solution, the system's capacity needs, its rec requirements,
I
system
accept
needs.
that answer. Let me ask another question. Go back to
Let the
exhibit
man finish the answer to his question. Okay, here you've said, Mr. Gable, it's beyond the realm of your expertise. Is that correct, sir?
My expertise to decide exactly who should pay for what, the allocations and things like that is all I was getting at. Is I don't want to be characterized as making the determination of how these things are paid for or anything like that. That's all I was getting at.
Okay, go ahead, mister.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
You're fine.
So this is a question I think you may be able to answer. And if you can't, I can't answer that, just say that, we'll move on.
Okay.
Could SPS's use of the incremental capacity from Sandy Loam to serve incremental load potentially result in SPS receiving incremental income as a result? Not income, let me say revenue.
I apologize, but I feel like I might have to direct to somebody else who might be able to answer that better. The specific nuances, it's probably past me. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's the right answer if you aren't able to answer a question. Can I ask you, just in general and not SPS specific, and again, noting you have a Master of Business Administration, if a business is able to generate more product and sell it, might they possibly be able to generate more income from that?
Objection.
All right, I'll
Mr.
withdraw
Larson. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry.
Did you just withdraw it, mister?
No, I'm sorry. I should not walk over people. I'm bad about that, and I apologize.
Mr. Larson, your objection?
Vague, speculative, outside the scope of testimony, although I'm not clear if Ms. Zur just withdrew the question or not. If
No,
so, I
she
withdraw
said
my
no.
objection. Okay. That's my objection. Apologies.
Okay, you want to respond to that, mister?
Well, that was a characterization I disagree with 100%. I would say the opposite. It's not
Okay.
vague.
I believe it is outside the, based on the witness's prior answer to the question before it. So I'm going to sustain that objection and move on, please.
Could you please retrieve Sierra Club Exhibit 2, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just quickly, I know we talked about Sandy Loam contributing 5 in the winter and 9 to the summer capacity in the winter capacity, but would you just confirm all of those capacity contributions for Chavez, Roswell, Sun Edison, Sandy Loam, which do have higher than the 5 and the 9 we've been talking about capacity contributions? What is the total summer 2030 accredited capacity for those RPS resources? A rounded number.
You just want me to sum these 4 numbers up?
Sure.
134.
Okay. So we're not just talking about 9 megawatts of accredited capacity from Sandy Loam. This is, by summer of 2030, and this doesn't even include new resources that you're going to continue to add for the RPS that will give accredited capacity in some amounts, right?
The Chavez, Roswell, and Sun Edison solar projects are not new projects in this filing. They're existing on the SPS's system, and the capacity is contributing to SPS's resource adequacy.
Okay, and we're currently not getting any payment or offset or anything for that contribution of capacity to SPS's system, correct?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
It's outside the scope of his testimony. I believe he already testified that any sort of compensation was outside the realm of his expertise and testimony.
Mayor
Yes,
Spahn?
sir.
He is the sponsor of both of these exhibits, and it says here that they don't give any contribution to these renewables for SPS's system. It says that in exhibit 3, and you go back to 2. I'm just asking up to add those numbers up and just make the connection. This is the number we're talking about when we look at the next exhibit, which is provides the treatment of these 134 megawatts.
Mr. Gable, you're the sponsor of both of the exhibits?
Yes, the 1.7 and 1.6 that she's been referring to. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you refer to any type of contribution or valuation in your response to those exhibits?
If I could just add a little reference here, it says there's no reductions in the assignment of system resources resulting from the capacity contributions. I don't think that we're talking about anything financial here. We're just talking about the accounting of the capacity and its requirements at SPP.
Hearing examiner, it has
wait
the
a
words
second.
cost.
You prepared those exhibits, sir? I mean, you prepared the response to the exhibits?
I'm the sponsor and Zoe Lees is the sponsor. I believe that I've participated in the joint effort here.
Okay. Okay. I think based upon the witness's explanation of his exhibits, I think the exhibits can speak for themselves. I'm going to sustain that objection. Move on, Mr.
Okay. Could you read, Mr. Gable, could you read me the first full sentence of the 3rd line of your response to SC 1-7?
The response says, 3rd line, there is no capacity or cost offset associated with such direct assignment.
Thank you. That concludes my cross-examination. Thank you, sir.
Very well. You use 26 minutes. I think now, Mr. Lee, shall we take a 10-minute break? Want to keep going?
Keep going is fine, Judge.
Okay, we can do that. I believe then the next party who reserved time for cross-examination is the NMDOJ. Mr. Harris, you reserved 30 minutes?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, although I don't know if I'm going to need all that time.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Gable. Brian Harris with the Department of Justice, State Department of Justice. Could you please turn to page 17 of your direct testimony?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm taking to open the cord for just 1 second. Did you say page 17?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I am there.
So at line 2, is there a typo in that line? I don't understand Southwest Power Pool's AS requirement. Is that something specific?
No, I think it is a typo.
Okay. And then you discuss the response that SPP, the Southwest Power Pool, received from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you characterize those filings as new accreditation methodologies. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this applies to any other generating resource?
Yeah, this applies to both thermal generation resources with the performance-based accreditation and then the ELCC accreditation for renewables and battery storage resources.
Okay. Do you agree you're talking about a lot of different methodologies for accreditation over pages 17 through about 22 as a general matter?
I think there are the appropriate amount.
Well, but whether it's appropriate or not, you discuss at least 4 different, as far as I can tell, there's the ICAP, which means, well, can you describe what that means, the acronym?
Yes. So ICAP stands for installed capacity,
And what is an ACAP?
accredited capacity.
Right. And then finally, as you discussed earlier with Wilderness Resource Advocates Attorney, there's the ELCC, and that's the electric load carrying capacity.
That's the effective load carrying capability.
Okay, thank you for that correction. And you note that Southwest Power Pool uses the ELCC, is that correct? And right now I'm on page 18, lines 3 and 4.
They do use ELCC for accreditation of battery resources and wind and solar resources.
And then you go on to discuss both the ICAP and the ACAP methodologies. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you end up using 2 different methodologies for different types of resources when you ran your models?
Yes, we used performance-based accreditation as specified for thermal resources, and then we used ELCC accreditation for battery and solar and wind.
Would you say that using these 2 different methodologies is best practice?
It is required.
By FERC?
To comply with SPPs, with the Southwest Power Pool's resource adequacy requirements defined in the OAT, the Open Access Transmission Tariff, yes.
So it's the source of, when you say it's required, the law that you're following there is your tariff? And I'm sorry if that sounds like a legal conclusion, but you did include it in your testimony.
I'm We are following the tariff by
And the
using this
tariff
methodology.
requires you to
Sorry.
use two different methodologies?
Sorry, sir, can you ask the question again?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Does the tariff that you mention on page 19, line 1, are you testifying now that you're required by that tariff to use two separate methodologies for accreditation purposes?
Yes, for the period of time, these are currently in various stages of implementation, but by the capacity period in this portfolio, both of these methodologies are adopted for resource adequacy requirements.
Would you say that gives one or gives anybody an apples to apples comparison?
I don't know that I have the authority to speak if there's an apples to apples comparison between these resources. They're required for us to utilize to show compliance with the resource adequacy requirements at SPP.
I guess I'm not asking for authority. That would be a legal conclusion. I'm asking your opinion as an expert in this matter, if that gives you an apt comparison of the accreditation that each resource has. Can you do that?
I think they're appropriate. I do think that they are appropriate.
Are you familiar with the PJM utility? And for the transcript, PJM is Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland.
I don't know that I could speak to anything about PJM. I apologize.
So you're unaware that they use only the ELCC for their accreditation process?
I'm not going to speak about anything with PJM. I'm sorry.
Okay. And using the two processes that you use in your tariff, do you contend that's best practices?
I don't use them in the tariff. I'm required to use them. I'm sorry for the mischaracterization there, like how to say that, but this is the methodology is required for SPP to demonstrate compliance with the resource adequacy requirements in the OAT.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry. Can I just get a clarification? Mr. Gable used an acronym in his last answer, OAT. For the transcript, could you just spell out what that acronym means?
Yes. It's the Southwest Power Pool's Open Access Transmission Tariff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Okay, I believe the last. Why don't we go ahead? The last questioner is staff, and I believe staff has reserved 68 minutes. Now, Ms. Amer, is that you or Ms. Lang?
Madam Hearing Examiner, it is me.
Okay, because I think we borrowed some time from somebody else, and we're at 68 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back, and you can have your 68 minutes at that point. I've got on the phone here that it's 10:38. Let's come back at 10:48. And we'll take our recess. Please remember that the YouTube remains on. Thank you.
Thank you.
we go. Hello there. Mr. Lee, are we ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, very well. Just a couple of things. I just bring to the party's attention, unbeknownst to me, the commission has issued a procedural order in this case, with regard to the e-docketing system. So I bring that to your attention, and I guess we all can read it later. Secondarily, Ms. Sir, are you out there?
Yes, I'm here.
There's hearing examiner Schaefer. Hello there. Ms.
Hi,
Sir,
sorry, everybody.
okay, last time, Ms. Sir.
I'm here. I'm here.
Um,
Sorry about that. I was cold and I just changed.
did I wanted to see whether or not, since we had Mr. Gable here, whether or not you intended on actually offering Sierra Club Exhibit 3.
That is up to the hearing examiner. It was read into the record, but I would offer it either way. Yes, I'm offering it.
Okay. I think it might make our record more clear. Any objection to what has been identified as Sierra Club Exhibit 3?
No
And
objection.
this was SPS's discovery response to Sierra Club 1-7, which Mr. Gable indicated that he was a sponsor. That was no objection, Mr. Larson?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, and apologies for speaking at the same time as you.
It's okay, and hearing no objection, Sierra Club Exhibit 3 is admitted. Okay, those are the items I wanted to mention. Very well, Miss Amer,
Thank
you
you.
reserved and now have 68 minutes for cross-examination of Mr. Gable. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Gable. I'm Judy Amer, and I represent the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission's Utility Division staff.
Hello, Ms. Amer.
Well, I,
Turn your volume up just a little, Miss Amer.
okay. Is that better?
A little.
Okay. Because it is up as far as
Okay.
okay. I'm going to ask a couple questions in the beginning just to clarify some of the things I heard regarding your responses from other questioners. I heard you call renewable resources surplus. Isn't that correct? You said that?
I wouldn't characterize all renewable resources as surplus. A surplus project is a project that is in addition to a resource behind an existing point of interconnection.
Okay. I guess I'm confused, and I don't know if anybody else is. When you use the word surplus and when you don't use the word surplus, can you explain that?
Yes. As an example, one of the projects that dropped out of our portfolio before going into negotiations. The developer had provided the project as a new generation location with a new DISYS interconnection. So that would have been a new resource on the transmission system without any additional resources. So that was a wind project. An example of a wind project that is surplus is one of the two wind projects, Lariat or Yellow House, at the Tolk POI. And when I say POI, I mean point of interconnection.
Are they surplus because they're only paid for by New Mexico?
No, ma'am.
Are they surplus because they're renewables?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because to me it appeared some of the questions and didn't seem to really distinguish that it had to do with the interconnection point. And that's what you're saying is the designation.
Yes, ma'am. When projects are behind a POI with a resource that's existing there, that would be called a surplus project.
Okay. And I also heard you say, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if you don't meet the winter PRM, then you're not ensuring reliability. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have to ensure to ensure the winter reliability. SPS must meet its winter PRM obligation.
I'm sorry, SPS must?
Meet its winter PRM obligation.
Thank you.
So it appears that SPS and you equate the PRM with reliability. Essentially, they're the exact same thing.
I wouldn't say that they're the exact same thing, but yes, meeting the PRM is a significant contribution to reliability of the system.
But isn't it true that SPS's system was reliable prior to the 35% PRM?
The PRM that's being introduced is 36%. But what I would say is that the system, having identified the winter PRM requirement, is an improvement to reliability.
That's not what I asked.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Was SPS's system reliable with the lower than 36% PRM? I think it was 15 or 16%. I might have that wrong.
I don't know that I can say if the system was reliable before the PRM was there. I would say that SPS carries a reserve margin in winter or summer, regardless of the PRM requirement. The PRM requirement identifies the necessary amount of reserve margin to ensure reliability in accordance with the LOLE study, the loss of load expectation study performed by SPP.
Okay, I'll ask it in the contrary. Was SPS's system unreliable prior to the 36% PRM?
I don't have the information in front of me to tell you what the reserve margin was that SPS had
I'm not
prior.
asking about the reserve margin.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt everybody. This is hearing examiner Schaefer. Ms. Amer, just let's try not to comment on the witnesses' answers and just ask the questions that we need to.
Was SPS's system unreliable prior to the 36% PRM?
I don't, I, I don't have information in front of me to be able to tell you what SPS's historic reliability was in the winter before the 36% PRM requirement.
Thank you. Do you know who would know that?
I think it's a matter of data to have in front of me. I don't have the data in front of me to make an apples apples comparison about what the reserve margin that we carried, which is a measure of reliability that SPS had historically during winter months, especially since the accreditation methodologies are changing with the introduction of the performance-based accreditation and ELCC, and additions of resource types and retirements over the past years.
Well, I would like to know who the correct person to ask about SPS's reliability metrics prior to the 35% PRM.
I mean, it's a 36% PRM again.
36, sorry.
I think that I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm trying to answer your question the best I can. I think that I'm the appropriate person to discuss resource adequacy requirements. I think that to understand historical reliability metrics and things like that is probably a study or information that I just don't have at my hands at this time. I don't think it's a matter of asking the right person as much as having the right information in front of me to answer the question.
Is the system reliable now?
SPS is meeting all of its reserve margin requirements today.
But are the lights on?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
Question's been asked and answered.
I never, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to state that the answers are about the reserve margin, and that's not the question I've been asking. I've been asking about reliability, and reliability is whether or not customers can have electricity.
Can't testify, Miss Lamer.
Okay. So I'm
All right.
about reliability.
Okay, well, I don't know that question has been asked and answered, so I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to that basis, Mr. Larson. I think the question's vague. Are the lights on? I don't know what that means. Want to clarify that question, Ms. Amer?
Do your customers currently have electricity service?
Answer if you know, Mr. Gable.
I can't speak to the entire performance across all of SPS for different reliability requirements, such as transmission outages or generator outages or local constraints. There are lots of different measures of reliability. When it comes to reliability against the LOLE study, these requirements are being presented to us today as a way to ensure reliability. I don't have the information historically to be able to measure against SPS's historic performance against a projected LOLE for past years, partially because the information wasn't necessarily studied.
Are you aware that the PRC has a rule that requires reliability metric reporting?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, there is a rule. Do you know who at SPS is responsible for complying with the reliability metric reporting?
Do you want to identify the rule, Ms. Amer?
Yes, I'd have to look up the exact citation. I don't have it right off the top of my head. I can,
Your head's missing from the screen, by the way.
oh, wow. Is that better?
Yep.
Yes.
I think you're using your bandwidth to blur the back of your screen
Um,
and it's
How about
pixelating.
I tried to make the sound better and then it did that. Okay, that's better. So who can I ask about current reliability?
My team
Are
is
you gonna,
respond.
wait. Are you gonna identify the reporting rule that you
I-
have alleged?
I
They
don't-
have to comply with, Miss Amer?
I don't have the citation off the top of my head, and if I have time left over at the end, I'll find that rule.
Okay, go ahead for your next question, please.
Okay. Who were you instructed to prioritize resources like nuclear or pumped hydro in the 2024 RFP?
No, ma'am. The RFP was an all source RFP, and there was no preference given to a specific technology.
Who made that decision?
To issue an all source RFP,
And to not prioritize zero carbon resources?
the IRP in its statement of need identified that we would be issuing an all source RFP.
You're referring to the 2023 IRP, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the 2023 RFP cover the time period up to 2045?
Did the 2023 IRP?
Exactly. Did it cover that time period, or wasn't it? Just to answer that, I'll ask another question.
I believe the projection is a 20-year projection from 2023, so it would be 2043.
So it's correct that the 2023 IRP did not have a plan for 2045 resource portfolio of SPS.
I would not say that. The 2023 IRP did have scenarios that did not include thermal generation that would have been 2045. At 2045, there would be carbon zero resources, yes.
Nevertheless, the 2024 RFP that was issued pursuant to the 2023 IRP did not prioritize zero carbon resources. Is that correct?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
It misstates evidence. It was an all source RFP.
Can't. Miss Amer?
Yes, it is an all source RFP, but
The question's about prioritization, right?
and so you can still have factors within the RFP.
All right, you can't, okay. Overrule, answer if you know, Mr. Gable, the question is the 2024 RFP that was issued pursuant to the 2023 IRP did not prioritize carbon resources. Is this correct?
That is correct. There was no prioritization of resource types.
Ms. Amer?
Is it true that if SPS had wanted to make the 2045 zero carbon standard a priority, the bid pool would not have included Gaines and Tolk.
I'm not responsible for the bids that were submitted into the RFP.
But are you responsible for writing the RFP?
Yes, ma'am, I did write the RFP.
Okay. And did the bid instructions include a constraint that all resources must be zero carbon by 2045?
I mean, I think by definition, on all source RFP would mean no.
And did you know that New Mexico law had a 2045 zero carbon requirement?
Yes, I do know there's a 2045 carbon zero requirement. I also know that the statement of need in the IRP indicated that we would be issuing we would be issuing an all source RFP.
It sounds like you think, and correct me if I'm wrong, an all source RFP is mutually exclusive with a 2045 zero carbon requirement.
No, ma'am.
So how is it relevant that the 2023 IRP said you were issuing an all source RFP? It could answer that.
We had a requirement to issue the 24 all source RFP as a condition of the 23 IRP statement of need. And we issued an RFP that was in alignment with our requirement that was identified then.
Didn't you just say they're not mutual, it's not mutually exclusive to issue a 2045 compliant, zero carbon compliant RFP and an all source RFP?
Objection.
Mr. Larson?
Question is vague. I believe the question also misstates his testimony.
I thought I heard that. I would like to hear his answer.
I don't think the question is vague. I think he answered whether you ask him whether or not he thought an all source RFP is mutually exclusive with a 2045 zero carbon requirement, and he answered no. So to cut to the chase here, Mr. Larson, could you have issued an RFP that was an all source RFP, and within that same RFP have included requirements that would also make the bids comply with a 2045 zero carbon requirement?
The question is to me, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes.
From my perspective, no, I don't believe that you could have.
Okay, you're not answering the question, Mr. Larson. I'm asking the witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said Mr. Larson.
Oh, I
Therefore,
apologize.
no, apologies. Sorry for the confusion there.
Yeah. So, Mr. Gable, you're saying the two things are not mutually exclusive. Could you have written the bid to include the two things?
I don't believe so. I think that an all source by definition is all technology types.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Amer.
do RFPs have constraints written into them?
Yes, ma'am?
Such as timing? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that the 2045 zero carbon requirement could have been a constraint as well?
Not in alignment with an all source RFP.
I'd like to refer you to Staff Exhibit 5, which is WRA 1-18. And SPS's response to it. And
One second. Exhibit 5, SPS response to WRA discovery. Is that it, right?
1-18.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in there you talk about SPS preparing an analysis which shows reliability, customer service, and customer cost impacts from any denial of the gains in total thermal resources as part of this case. And the analysis also shows the risk and potential costs of future scenarios of the gains in total resources, or if the gains in total resources are approved by the commission and where they're not. Moreover, SPS considers the quote risk of stranded assets to be low, given the projected capacity need over the planning period and observed load growth in SPS's service territory in recent years. SPS further notes that it is not requesting a shortened depreciation life for any assets as part of its request for relief in this case. Preparer Justin L. Gable, sponsor Zoe Lees, and Justin L. Gable. Why does SPS consider the risk of stranded assets to be low?
I think that the indication here is that the load growth and the need on our system versus the resources available to it and the resources selected in this RFP demonstrate a clear requirement for these resources today.
But the risk of stranded assets, that term doesn't have to do with, does it have to do with need, load growth alone?
I would just also just highlight here that I'm not the only sponsor for this testimony, I'm sorry, for this discovery response. So I can speak to the need that was identified in the RFP and these resources' ability to contribute to it or to contribute to solutioning that need are required today to meet customer needs.
I recall Zoe Lees, who's another sponsor, directing us to you to ask a question. Isn't that correct?
To ask this question, I don't remember what she specifically said.
Okay. Well, do you agree that the term stranded assets is regarding stranded costs? Not stranded, not unused assets.
I'm not sure I'm following. The word is stranded assets here.
I agree. Stranded asset costs. Is that risk low?
It doesn't say stranded asset costs, it says stranded assets.
But that, so you disagree that the word stranded assets refers to the cost of the stranded assets.
I'm just clarifying the language here, that it says stranded assets. That's all I was saying.
Does SPS consider the risk of stranded assets cost to be low?
Given this discovery response, yes.
Okay, so did you ever prepare some sort of modeling or analysis of the cost to all SPS customers if New Mexico disallowed recovery of costs for gains in toll after 2045?
We prepared modeling that shows what it looks like to deny or to not approve gains in Tolk, and we provided that modeling work
Right,
in my testimony.
I agree. And
Okay.
was something in there, and I'm going to pull up your testimony about $5 billion. Is that correct?
Yes. Do you want me to pull up that area of my testimony?
That would be good. I can find it. But if you can pull it up, that would be good.
I'll start
Um,
pulling it up. It might take me a second to get there though.
I was that oh, there it is. 5.5 billion, rebuttal page 44.
It's in the rebuttal.
Yeah, rebuttal page 44.
1 second. All right. I am here. Page 44.
Okay. Line 3.
Yes, ma'am.
The testimony that begins there, is it, you do recall that staff recommends denial of gains in toll, and your testimony there states that that would cost 5.5 billion to New Mexico customers.
Yes. Can I give a little context to the analysis?
Yes.
So the analysis we performed is that we took out gains in total from the preferred portfolio. And what we wanted to demonstrate for folks is what it looks like to deny these resources and what the bid pool would have needed to look like to be able to not move forward with gains in Tolk. And that's what we're saying with these 5,000 megawatts of non-thermal resources in 2031 is the bid pool didn't have this today. It would need these types of resources in 2031. And by 2045, the incremental cost to New Mexican customers
Sorry,
would
sir.
be,
I would need these types
Sorry.
of resources in.
we would need these types of resources in 2031. And to get those resources, which is not a guarantee that we could procure those resources. But if we did, out through 2045, the net present value indicated a $5.5 billion delta between our initial preferred portfolio. I'd go on. Sorry.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'd go on to say that we've had 3 resources drop out of this portfolio that were 2 wind projects and a solar project, which increased the need.
So you're saying that number could be higher?
Yes, ma'am.
To me, your answer sounds like it's leading to a split system. costing New Mexico's more.
I do believe that that would lead to a split system, or at least the consideration of a split system.
Do you recall that Ms. Lees testified more than once that she does not recommend a split system?
Yes, ma'am. I do remember that.
Do you agree that Mr. Zigich suggested an alternative approach, which was to approve the CCNs with conditions that align their depreciable lives with the 2045 deadline?
Are you asking me, do I agree with his approach or that he provided that?
He provided that approach. That's all. You agree that he did.
Yes, ma'am.
And that the purpose was to effectively mitigate the stranded asset risk?
Objection.
Mr. Larson.
It's outside the scope of Mr. Gable's testimony. I don't think that he can testify to what the purpose of one of Mr. Zigich's recommendations is.
Miss Amer.
Do you agree that Mr. Zigich's suggestion?
Respond to the objection, please.
I see. Well, I think that Mr. Zigich testified to that, and I'm just asking if that is Mr. Gable's understanding. And if he just doesn't remember, that's fine.
Well, the objection is that it's outside of the scope of his testimony.
But it's not outside the scope of examination of a witness who criticized Mr. Zigich's testimony.
Mr. Larson?
The fact that Mr. Gable took issue with certain recommendations made by Mr. Gable or by Mr. Zigich, excuse me, doesn't open up the scope of examination as to what the purpose of all of Mr. Zigich's recommendations were. And I believe that's what the question was.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule, or I'm going to sustain that objection. I think that Mr. Zigich's testimony and his motivations for providing that testimony will be included in his testimony. Go ahead, Ms. Amer.
Do you agree that if the depreciable lives of Gaines and Tolk were aligned with 2045, that would eliminate any stranded asset risk?
I don't think it's exclusive, that it's exclusively reduces that risk. I think that if SPS has provided and I don't want to mischaracterize, I know that there's been some conversation about the difference between exemption and exceptions and things like that, but that would also reduce a stranded asset risk.
I understand. But I'm wondering, do you think if the depreciable lives of Gaines and Tolk had a 2045 deadline, that would eliminate any stranded assets risk if you didn't get the exception?
I think that it would result in a few different things, which would also be an increase to customer bills in New Mexico.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm just asking about eliminating the stranded asset risk.
My objective in this company is to provide the most reliable system for the company. It's not necessarily to mitigate financial risks. Like, my job is to ensure the reliability of the system.
Did you calculate the cost of Mr. Ziggage's specific proposal to align the depreciable lives of Gaines and Tolk with the 2045 deadline?
No, I do think that we have something. If you'll give me a moment to find it, I don't want to take up your time. Is that okay that I look through my testimony for a second?
I would say yes if we could stop the clock, but it's not up to me.
Do you want me to?
I would leave that up to the hearing examiners. Is the clock?
I'm not going to stop the clock, Ms. Amer. So if the witness has testified in response to your question, that he thinks there's some calculations, do you want him to look for them? So Mr. Larson, are the calculations contained within your own testimony?
If that was to me, Madam Hearing
Sorry,
Examiner?
Mr. Gable.
Oh, sorry. I do believe that we have some calculations if you'd like me to look for them.
Who is we?
Oh, I'm sorry, me, in my rebuttal
Okay.
testimony.
All right. If it's in your rebuttal testimony and you calculated it, then find it, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can I ask another question and we can just try to find that at
No,
later?
we're gonna find the answer to this question, Miss Amer.
Perhaps on page 37 and 38.
Thank you so much for the help.
Not all.
Thank you so much. It is here. So the question is on page 37, line 15, looking at the 2045 REA requirements a different way, has SPS assessed the cost impact of accelerated depreciation for the Gaines and Tolk CTGs? The answer is, if SPS had instead required accelerated depreciation for thermal bids to accommodate the REA's 2045 zero carbon requirement, accelerating depreciation for the Gaines and Tolk CTGs would increase the levelized cost of capacity for each resource by 31% and 28% respectively for New Mexico customers. It is also important to recognize that a restriction on the modeled useful lives of carbon emitting generation in the 24 RFP bid evaluation would not have changed the makeup portfolio. The NPV of the final preferred portfolio and every other portfolio for that matter would have likely increased. However, this is reflective of the increased cost to customers from accelerated depreciation.
Okay. I believe that I interpret that answer and correct me. Please let me know. That means that it would have an impact on customers' bills.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's not, it wouldn't be a 38% increase. It would be, or 31 to 28% increase. It would be something different, right?
The numbers that I'm providing here are only the levelized cost of capacity for each resource, 31% and 28% respectively for Gaines and Tolk.
Right. So you don't know the exact increase on customers' bills.
I do not have the information contained within my testimony.
Do you know who would?
I believe it would be Mr. Trowbridge. If it's not, we'll make sure to get the correct person for you.
Okay. So isn't it true that by failing to present the costs of a 2045 retirement scenario, isn't SPS hiding the potential cost of massive stranded assets for ratepayers?
Objection,
Mr. Larson?
argumentative, assumes facts and evidence, calls for a legal conclusion.
And I'm
Ms.
not-
Amer?
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm asking about transparency of presenting costs of if New Mexico decides to enforce its law.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I respond?
Sir?
SPS has not proposed accelerated depreciation within this case. SPS has proposed limited rate-making related requests for relief associated with the projects, one of which is not accelerated depreciation. So as a result of that, there was no requirement to present some kind of bill impact analysis associated with that particular useful life scenario.
Ms.
Madam,
Amer, any further response?
yes, counsel for SPS is testifying, and I object to that. Second,
Okay, the question that's pending.
and I really don't want to be doing this because I would much rather be asking Mr. Gable actual important questions.
Well, here's the thing. Let's look at the question and break it down. Mr. Gable, do you believe that SPS failed to present the costs of a 2045 retirement scenario?
I don't believe that we've failed to provide a scenario that we were required to present.
Okay. And then the second part of it is by not presenting the 2045 retirement scenario, isn't the effect of that there are hidden potential, significant potential costs, impacts of stranded assets for ratepayers? If you know.
I don't think that I do know. I don't know.
Okay. And I don't know is always a fine answer, Mr. Larson. You know, I'd rather have you, I don't know, than give an answer you're not comfortable with. So I think that takes care of that question. Ms. Amer, go ahead.
Yes, so now I'm going to ask you if you agree with an analogy. In your opinion, does the Tolkien Gaines plant expire in 2045 if, like, a lease expires, and if SPS does not receive any exemption from the 2045 zero carbon requirement?
I modeled the bids provided to us. The bid had a 40-year life. If Gaines and Tolk were removed, SPS cannot solve its capacity need, which was what I was charged to solution. The rest of your question sounds like some policy interpretation. And I'm not trying to be evasive.
Okay. I'm asking if SPS does not receive a zero carbon designation in 2045 for Gaines and Tolk, will the asset be able to be used for New Mexico?
Zero carbon designation request is for 363 megawatts. at Gaines. That's not, I don't think that they're the same things of what you're saying right now.
Okay, but will New Mexico be able to, will with respect to the 363 megawatts, what will happen to the costs of the Gaines and Tolk facilities if New Mexico denies the request for any designation of zero carbon for Gaines and Tolk? What will happen to them? Who will pay for them?
Objection.
Ask one question at a time, Miss Amer.
What will happen to the gas plants? Will they continue to operate?
I'm not, I don't know how to answer your question. I apologize.
If New Mexico will not pay for them, who will pay for them?
Objection.
Mr. Larson,
The question's speculative. I believe the question is also outside the scope of his testimony.
and I think that question has been asked and answered like 5 times. So I'm going to sustain my basis for moving on, Miss Amer, please.
Who at SPS decided to have a 40-year depreciation life for Gaines and Tolk?
I think that you need to ask the bid development team on how they design their bid.
Well, I don't have a team in front of me. I'm asking you.
Specifically for the gains in thermal resources, I would assume that would be Mr. Gertz.
Okay. How many you support your request to designate a portion of gas plant as a zero carbon resource based upon methane abatement? Is that correct?
That is the basis of it, and it's supported by the testimony of Mr. Danos.
Isn't it true that the SPS had only 6 total respondents to their survey?
I don't have his information for his testimony in front of me.
So that would be Mr. Oss.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now we're on to your rebuttal testimony, page 35.
Yes, ma'am.
You state that in its report to the commission concerning the 2023 IRP, staff provided no recommendations and stated no concerns related to SPS's findings and statement of need. Nor did staff make any recommendations regarding the potential application of the definition of zero carbon resources to the IRP. Isn't it true that the issue of zero carbon resources was not talked about at all in the 2023 IRP?
I was not involved in any of the conversations at the 23 IRP.
Okay. Do you agree with Mr. Zigich's assertion that SPS improperly relied on its own interpretation of zero carbon resource in the bid evaluation team guide?
No, I don't agree with Mr. Zigich's assertion.
But do you agree that the bid evaluation team did not have a definition of zero carbon resource in its evaluation guide.
I don't have the evaluation guide in front of me. I'm not certain, but I also don't think it's necessarily required that there was a requirement to include a definition.
Well, is there, how would a bidder know that it had to be zero carbon compliant in 2045 if there was no definition?
The requirements of the bidder were provided in the 24 RFP document.
And did it require a zero carbon designation by 2045?
As we said, it was an all source RFP.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Very well. You ended up plus 16.
Was that 68 minutes or that was?
No, that was only 52 minutes. I believe. I believe that concludes the cross-examination time reserved by the parties. I believe, and let me ask, Chairman Aguilera, do you have questions for this witness, sir?
Hearing examiner, sure, I can go now.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Gable, thanks for joining us. Sorry to extend your stay a little bit here.
Thank you for having me, Chair Aguilera.
So I think I want to start maybe on your direct testimony, and you have a table JLG1, and that is on page 10 of your direct testimony.
1 second. Yes, sir.
So this is a table that describes the different bids from the final preferred portfolio and includes the levelized cost of the resources associated with those bids. So I just want to get a little more information on how the levelized cost was calculated here. So the first question is, how did you determine the time periods for the different resources?
Yes, the lives of the resources were all provided in the bid documents. So the bidders provided that information to us.
Okay. And for the thermal units, how did you determine, I guess let me ask first, are there any assumptions in those calculations? for the gas units?
There are assumptions in there, related to, fixed operation and maintenance, variable O&M kinds of things like that. What I would just also clarify too is that ultimately the model takes in the revenue requirements or for company ownership bids. So you have a revenue requirement and then certain attributes that the project can perform, its generation, things like that. So they both use the same data, but what goes in the model for a self-build or a build transfer project is not necessarily the levelized cost. It's really the revenue requirements and then its technical attributes.
Okay. And I'm interested in learning more about the levelized cost.
Okay.
And so because really what I'm interested in learning about is ultimately the cost and benefits to ratepayers. And one of the things that I'm interested in, which is not here, and you might not be the correct person, and you can tell me that, but I'm interested in how resources are anticipated to be dispatched and perform in a market.
Mhm.
How the performance of those resources affect the fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause, for example, going down to a customer's bill. And I'll just ask the question just for the record. Does your analysis of either the model or in this chart of the levelized cost, does your analysis include that type of information that I'm interested in?
So the model is representative of operations into the future. I will say that, like, to understand, market interactions, we do have Mr. Keith Parks. I think that he might be able to help you with some of your answers, that more closely align with market operations. He's in our commercial operations group.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just writing that down. In terms of the cost of fuel that I imagine is being assumed for purposes of calculating the levelized cost, how did you determine that variable?
So we do have a forecast of fuel costs. I do not develop, like, we do have forecasting teams that develop inputs that are separate from the bid evaluation team. So the fuel cost, market energy pricing, things like that, load forecasting, those are all inputs provided to me. I don't necessarily have the information to be able to describe how the fuel is forecasted. And I might struggle with giving you the exact name of the person to have that information, but I can find that out. So I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. And so essentially, I'm kind of moving on from that. Essentially, what you're doing is you're taking information that is provided to you either from the bids, and if there are assumptions such as the price of the fuel for the resources, those are inputs that are provided to you.
They were provided to us, and they were provided to us before we received bids, and the IM had access to all of our inputs for review, including the modeling, the entire time.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm moving on now to page 15 of your direct testimony. There is table JLG2.
Yes.
And I'm going to read the sentence before that table. It says SPS's stated capacity need, summarized below in table JLG2, also incorporated the necessary planning reserves mandated by Southwest Power Pool to ensure system adequacy. I'm sorry, that's not the correct table. I want to go to JLG3 on page 21.
Sure.
And for this one is the one that I want to read the sentence before. It says, the second part of the sentence says, SPS ultimately updated its estimated values in the portfolio evaluation. The table below represents the final capacity need prior to bid receipt.
Mhm.
And the sentence also explains that Southwest Power Pool provided updated accreditation information for SPS's resource portfolio after the RFP was issued, but before bids were received. So in JLG3, the numbers that I see here for 2030, these are amounts of, it says megawatt AC. Are these values that were provided to SPS from SPP? Or can you explain what these values are in this table?
Glad to. And I have page 15 and 17 up at the same time so that we can, because I think like the difference between JLG2 and JLG3 are kind of important with this conversation. So the capacity need that we're identifying here was not provided by SPP, by Southwest Power Pool, but it utilizes the information that SPP gave us. And I'll slow down. I know I'm really hard about going too fast. But the numbers that they give us are things like an estimate for the performance-based accreditation for the thermal units, depending upon season. And SPS did receive multiple versions of those files. So, for instance, a resource like Harrington Station 1, they may have originally given us a number of 330 megawatts for Unit 1 as an accredited capacity value. And then the next version of the calculation, because they were refining their calculations, it showed 345, so 15 megawatt difference. So they were refining their calculations on the performance-based accreditation. Also, their estimates for ELCC accreditations for our renewables and battery resources and things like that, they also had some updated estimates that we received. So these information is partially a composite of what SPP is showing for our accreditation, what we're estimating for decline for like ELCC as the market changes on its penetration types for resource types, and then also our load forecasts. So the PRM is established by Southwest Power Pool, 16% in the summer, for instance. That actual PRM requirement, though, has to be converted into a megawatt number. And that's partially a function of what our load forecast is. So as we get a load forecast and a 16% PRM, we take that multiplication to get that reserve margin identified. But as these numbers are changing from 15% to 16% for summer, or from 15% in the winter to 36% in the winter, and then we adjust for the performance-based accreditation, that also affects the PRM. So the performance-based accreditation stuff it can be complex because the performance-based accreditation, you take a reduction on the resources, the thermal resources for that, but you also have to adjust the PRM value. So that 16% PRM, when converted to account for the accreditation of the thermal units, it gets reduced to a number of 6.44, I think is what it had in the evaluation. But that number will change year to year based upon thermal performance of all resources across SPP, not just SPS. So the numbers, even for the reserve margin from year to year, although it will stay relatively stable, 16% or 17%, the numbers can change every year on what the actual reserve margin requirement is based upon unit performance across all of SPP. So 6.44 this year, and then next year 7.244 or 5.3. There will be changes from year to year as the thermal unit performances change, and also the ELCC accreditations will change slightly as well, depending upon those parameters. I'll pause there. I don't know if you have any questions about that.
Not for purposes of what I'm getting to. So, what I'm trying to identify is how the value, the capacity need that the model is using, how you arrived to that. So, am I understanding correctly that it is based upon information that Southwest Power Pool provided that is based on the planning reserve margins that is established, and then it is somehow modified to account for the load forecast?
Yes. So, for instance, if our load is 100 megawatts and the PRM is 15%, that would be on an installed capacity basis. The reserve margin would be 15 megawatts. So our total need would be 115. However, we have to adjust it for the performance-based accreditation, so it would be somewhere between 115 and 100. But yes, the model does take that into account. It's also one requirement for the model to solve. Other requirements are energy adequacy through the 8,760 hours in a year as well for the full 20-year planning horizon. So the capacity need and the PRM requirements and things like that are a component that the model solves for, but it's not the only one. Energy adequacy is also one.
Okay. And then in determining that number, is the model using the electrification forecast from the IRP?
No, it is not. It is just, if I could direct you to page 17 of my direct testimony, just so that you can see the figure, because we do have the electrification forecast as compared to the planning forecast that was utilized in the model. So in the model, the blue line is what was utilized. But we put this in here so that folks could see how closely it aligns with the electrification forecast. So you can see at the end of this horizon here, you can see 2032. We're actually solving for less need than what the electrification forecast was originally showing.
So what I see here as 2024 V2 planning forecast, is that what you're using in the model?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And so now I want to think about how the RPS, New Mexico's RPS, is accounted for in the model. And I don't know that I'm organized enough to find everything I looked at in your testimony, but do you recall there is a section in your direct testimony where you explain that the model came up with a portfolio. It did not satisfy the New Mexico RPS. And so therefore you had to go back to the model and then the model had to satisfy the New Mexico RPS. But it also explains, and I guess this is the question, am I correct in understanding that the original bids selected prior to the RPS did not change?
Yes. I can have just a few minutes here because I think it's incredibly important to have this conversation because SPS plans on a system-wide basis. And to plan on a system-wide basis, we did not assume an RPS requirement in that base build. And what we call that is the MJB, the multi-jurisdictional baseline. That solves our capacity and energy needs. And the very first thing we did after we get that portfolio developed is we go and we review the renewable contributions towards RECs. That portfolio was a system-wide split, solving all of our needs.
I'm sorry, sir. That portfolio was a system-wide.
Yeah, that portfolio was a system-wide portfolio to solve system needs. So in it, we have both Texas and New Mexico needs in there. We reviewed the RECs that were generated from the renewables and are splitting them on a jurisdictional allocation based upon the forecast. And the ones that are assigned to New Mexico, we do an accounting exercise to see what is the REC requirement in 2030 and compare it to the RECs that were generated with the final preferred portfolio in addition to the existing renewables on our system. And when we did that analysis, the model did not have enough RECs to meet the 2030 requirement based upon our load forecast. So we held those resources static, the MJB, and we said, model, spin again, but now solve for this additional amount of RECs. And when we did that, it pulled in 3 additional projects. The Oneida project, the Sandy Loam project, and then the Tolk Solar project. There's another scenario I want to talk about here, but I just want to further explain like what happened to these 3 projects. So we had a MJB plus 3 RPS 30 projects to solve RPS 30. When we reviewed that though, the Tolk Solar project was incremental to the 1100 megawatts between Lariat and Yellow House at the Tolk 4 CTs. So we already had basically double the POI limit at that location. That's okay with the Tolk CTs because we know we're able to move that Tolk CT up and down to be able to respond to the intermittent generation from the wind resources. And that 1100 megawatts can freely flow through that POI limit. And then we have that dispatchable capacity supporting it from Tolk CTs. When we add Tolk Solar, which is 540 megawatts, now we get into a scenario where there is just more generation behind the POI that can physically go through the straw of the POI. And so when we saw that, we were seeing an 8-fold increase to congestion on the system. And although we could get to RPS 30 with that, we did not believe it was a good use of resources to continue just to keep throwing more resources behind that POI. So we thought it was a better path forward to take that project out and to issue another RFP to solve for that 2030 requirement. So that's what happened with that portfolio. But I would like to describe an alternative that we also ran as well, if you'd like me to.
No, thank you. I do recall that explanation from your direct testimony. I want to go in a little different direction. And just to clarify, when you're saying that the initial model didn't generate sufficient RECs, are you calculating those RECs? Let's say, for example, that New Mexico is 50% of the load in the system total. That initial model, are you assigning 50% of the RECs generated, or are you assigning more?
We're assigning the load ratio share. So if the load for SPS's system is 50% New Mexico and 50% Texas, the new resources, 50% of those resources RECs would go towards New Mexico. So it's a 1-for-1 REC with megawatt hour generated.
Okay. And did you consider whether from that initial portfolio assigning more RECs and more cost to New Mexico? Let's say, for example, just throw out an extreme example for purposes of simplifying it, assigning all of the RECs and cost of the renewable resources to New Mexico, and whether that would have solved the problem that you later encountered, that the RPS requirements were not met by the initial MJB.
My understanding of the requirement is that a REC and megawatt hour have to come together. So we did not consider the idea of being able to bifurcate the REC from the megawatt hour to be able to assign it to New Mexico. No. That answer the question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you. And so I kind of want to stick around the RECs and the requirements here. I think the fact that when you identify this initial portfolio, realize it doesn't meet the RPS and then have to go back, and the fact that you leave that portfolio static, I want to focus on that because I think that's really important. I think that's well, is that, why is that? Is that a design choice? Is that, or where does that, what is the justification for leaving that initial portfolio static?
Understood. So we also ran a different version of this. Instead of doing a MJB RPS stepwise approach, we also developed a model that required RPS in the base build. So assuming that New Mexico, like that projects had to also solve for RPS at the same time as it's solving for capacity and energy needs on the system. When we did that, the model ended up selecting an additional 3 projects on top of the MJB and RPS 30 scenario. So we have the MJB and RPS scenario, was basically got us 20 projects. And then we had an MJB RPS re-optimization all together, and it produced 23 projects. And it was also $1 billion more expensive to do it that way. The reason that we didn't go with that approach is because ultimately it over procured resources, because every resource has to be jurisdictionally split. So every incremental project that comes on past meeting the capacity and energy need is still split jurisdictionally. So New Mexico doesn't get the full value of the RECs for all of those incremental projects. It also created the problem where we could not directly assign those incremental projects directly to New Mexico because everything is split. There was just no clear way to identify, well, this project's going to go to New Mexico, this project's going to go to Texas. There was no clear way to do that with this approach. So it was more expensive, it selected more resources, less efficient at meeting the standard, and also created an issue where we couldn't jurisdictionally allocate the resources appropriately.
And to clarify, you got those results based on the bids that were provided and accepted.
That's correct.
Yeah. As an aside, it would be fun to be able to create your own project to meet that need. But I understand that you are restricted to the bids that were provided. There are times when utilities issue an RFP, they don't get the results, they don't get the interest that they were expecting or that they like, and then they reissue an RFP. Did you consider that reissuing an RFP?
I think the way I would answer that is we did issue another RFP. The problem with the idea of reissuing the RFP just to say, you know what, this isn't enough or this doesn't work, let's reissue it, was always that we were, and you can see it in our model, that the capacity need period was identified between 27 and 30. We never received enough bids to be able to solve like the 27 and 28 years. If we would have reissued the RFP and started the process over, we're only going to be moving forward in time. So we selected the resources that we could to be able to solution because we believe those were the earliest opportunities for us to get there. And then this next RFP, we pushed it further out in time to 2030 and 32. So it's difficult for me to say, did we reissue an RFP? I would say we didn't reissue an RFP, but we recognize the shortcomings of this one's reception, and immediately issued another RFP right after it. So I don't know that I'm giving you a really good answer for what you're asking, but I would say that we did issue another RFP because we recognize that this portfolio is not enough. Our load continues to increase, and our needs for RECs and capacity are still out there in the future. And not moving forward with any of these projects would have only pushed our ability to serve customers further out to the future.
Okay. And also another factor, the PRM requirement that is upcoming and the potential for required payments if there's a failure of meeting the PRM requirement that SPP has.
I think that is a component of it. I mean, that is a real requirement and has real financial penalties of not meeting it. For me, I'm charged with securing the reliability of the system. I look at the PRM as a tool put to help me ensure that. So yes, I don't think that we're looking to solution or pay a deficiency payment as a way to meet our requirements. Because if we're having to do that, we don't have enough resources to reliably meet our customer needs. And that's my priority. It's not an avoidance of the deficiency payment. It's making sure that I have enough resources to serve our communities.
Yeah, understood. So coming back to the Rex, could there have been a scenario based on the bids you received if you didn't keep that initial portfolio static where maybe you added more battery storage and more renewables that could have then helped meet the RPS. So you have the ability to go back in remodeling to meet the RPS, you have the ability to not keep the portfolio static.
Mhm. I mean, we did do that scenario and where we're not holding it static. And when we didn't hold it static, it required it to solution for RPS. What we saw is a more expensive portfolio and more projects coming in, and it costing a $1.1 billion on a net present value as compared to the proposal portfolio we're bringing to today. So I don't think that there's a scenario where we could have solution a cheaper portfolio to solution RPS with the bids that we got than what we are providing today. Just one, I'm sorry. But if I had just a second longer, one
Yes,
thing I
please.
would say is that unfortunately, after we provide the portfolio to the IM for review, we did lose 3 renewable projects, which has only increased our REC need. So that's the only comment I had additionally to make.
Thank you. Yeah. And that's just want to emphasize one of the things that you said, which is with the bids that we got. I think do you believe you could have maybe come up with a better portfolio had you had the ability to receive more bids and ask for issue an RFP that was more specific to meet that need?
Um, I would say that anytime you add more requirements to an RFP, you limit your bid pool. So I don't think that adding a requirement would have increased the bid pool size. I think by making it an all source RFP and even expanding the window of the capacity need period, we did everything we could to broaden the participation in the RFP. I will just make as a note, I'm sorry. Go ahead. As one additional note, for this next RFP, we did get some comments about our design of our RFP, and we did reach out with that commenter and have changed the RFP to help accommodate some of their concerns about why they thought the RFP may be restrictive.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I actually wasn't asking about reissuing the initial RFP. I was actually asking about a situation where you continue to consider all of the resources you received in that initial all source RFP and then issuing another one to supplement. Yeah.
I hear you. So the timing of that second RFP, obviously we've identified the capacity period of 2030 to 2032, but we did in that RFP say we would accept projects earlier than 2030. So we are trying to be able to grab projects at an earlier time period. But I do grant you the point that, had we issued another RFP sooner, could something have come in? I just don't know at this point.
Okay. And under that, well, let's say you did issue another RFP and you came up with battery renewable solutions that could displace one of the gas plants. Would that have had an effect on whether the incremental renewables are needed, like Sandy Loam, for example?
Honestly, I don't think so. And the reason I say that is that we continue to march through time. Um, and even issuing the second RFP earlier, would that have been able to um, bring on resources quicker to be able to supplant those thermal generation bids? And I would say it's unlikely, because what we saw with this RFP was that we got very few bids in the earlier part of our resource acquisition period. So even if issuing the second RFP the day we got that next RFP, we should not have expected to be able to solution that same time period, which we didn't see participation. Um, so I, and the gains bid, Tolk bids, they're at the 28, 29 period. I just don't think that it's enough time to have issued another RFP to be able to solution that same period of time in a magnitude that could avoid the need for 2,000 megawatts of accredited capacity. It is a large capacity need. In renewables in particular, wind, 15, 20% between seasons is generally what their accredited capacity value. And summer for solar resources has a really good accreditation value, but in the winter time, it just doesn't have that same ability to support the system. And with the winter PRM requirements and there's the reliability during winter, that's where we're seeing our need. And a resource like solar is just not able to provide that accredited capacity that we can reliably support the system with. So there's a combination of wind and solar and battery resources that ultimately, as identified in the IRP, that can be solutioned out like that. If you have an infinite amount of generics with no restraints on timing of when those projects can actually happen. But what we're seeing with actual bids and actual resources and development times is that it just was not possible to be able to avoid the selection of the gains and Tolk bid, whether a second RFP would have been immediately issued or not.
Right. And again, that's within the model, correct? So that's within the incremental growth that is forecasted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it is definitely a function of load growth on the system.
Yeah. Because there could be different inputs into that assumption. You could assume I want to meet 100% of the requests I have in the Permian Basin from large customers. Or you could also say I want, I'm going to meet 80% of it. Are those scenarios that you could have decided to model, the company could have decided to model?
I don't believe so. And the reason I say that is that SPS does have a duty to serve its customers.
Mhm.
And the forecast that we used was provided as a part of the RFP and was a lockdown input that was reviewed by the IEM before we received bids. And so changing the load forecast after bids are received to change the portfolio selection, I think inherently has problems and the fairness of the RFP process. And I don't think that the IEM would have approved of me changing a main input like the load forecast up or down to be able to accommodate that kind of analysis.
Yes, and I agree that the utility has an obligation to meet its customer needs. Um, and I would say also an obligation to meet the RPS, and just like our commission has an obligation to, just like our commission has an obligation to meet the RPS. I think what SPS is saying in this application is that there are exemptions. There's also, for example, I don't know if you're familiar with the renewable cost threshold
Yes.
that I think tells the commission you have to enforce the RPS, but not at any cost.
Agreed.
And I I think the same could apply to the utility. You have this obligation to meet your customers' needs, but not at any cost. Okay, and so I understand again that you are working with the parameters that have been provided to you and the bids that have been provided to you. Would you concede that if you had the ability to design, or if you had more bids, there could be a portfolio that did not include all of the thermal capacity, maybe a portion of it that could have met the RPS?
I think the IRP is incredibly informative here. I don't think that it's great to compare the IRP to the RFP because of some of the things we've already talked about. You know, pricing was different, bids are different. But I do think that the IRP is great to be able to compare scenarios within it. And we did have an existing technology um, scenario, and then we also had a MJB least cost portfolio scenario. Is it possible to create a system that is RPS compliant and ultimately ETA compliant? Yes. I also think that that scenario is more expensive as identified in the IRP. So with the generic assumptions that were used then, it was more expensive than our least cost scenario that include thermal generation. Today, when we move through time, what we are seeing is all resource types are getting more expensive. And in particular with renewables, we're seeing some of the tax advantages of those being diminished, at least as of right now. So yes, it is possible to be able to meet these requirements, but in alignment with your statement about at what cost, I think that the IRP clearly indicated that that scenario would have been more expensive than our least cost scenario that include thermal, and that the horizon is showing us a more expensive future for renewables at this current time. All technologies, but in particular renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Gable. And I'm gonna wrap up here very soon because I know people need lunch and you need lunch. So I'll try to wrap this up. I just want to establish that in terms of the RECs that are needed, does the amount of thermal capacity, and I'm talking about, sorry, not capacity, energy, affect the amount of RECs that are needed? So if you have an RPS that is 50%, at least 50%, does running more fossil fuel generation affect how many RECs you need?
I would take the stance that the thermal generation in this portfolio advances renewable development in the future because it provides the firm dispatchable capacity that becomes the backbone of the system. After that backbone is established with the capacity that is required by the system, renewables can come in and supplant it with carbon-free energy. If we point to thermal generation here, we could also point to market energy on the system as well. Energy can come from multiple places in the system, but firm dispatchable capacity is a requirement to have as the support for all other technologies in SPS's system.
And Mr. Cable, so we can wrap up here. Can you answer the question that I asked about
Oh,
whether
sorry.
if you run the gas facilities more, so you have more energy generated from a thermal unit, does that affect how many RECs you then need to acquire to meet the RPS?
No, I don't think it does. I apologize for not having answered your question directly. But because the REC requirement is the REC requirement. So no, it doesn't change how many RECs need to be procured to meet RPS compliance.
Okay. So if you generate 30,000 megawatt hours of fossil fuel generation, that has your position is that has no impact on how many megawatt hours of renewable generation and associated RECs you need?
If you're generating those megawatt hours from the thermal generation, that is energy that doesn't have to be procured from a different location. But I think that the value of the thermal generation is its capacity to be there when it's needed. As you're adding more renewables to the system and those megawatt hours come on there, then the generation from the thermals would be reduced. So you have to have the capacity to be able to meet all the hours of the year, and that's what the thermal generation gets you. That it doesn't necessarily equate to an avoidance of energy from renewables, though. I don't know if I'm getting there or not. I hope I am.
I think, Mr. Gable, I'm asking about energy. I understand we need capacity. I understand we need reliability. I'm just asking about whether I'm asking about the RECs and energy.
Yeah, I apologize if I'm not hitting the mark right now.
Okay. It just one more quick question again, so we can get people to lunch. The 5 megawatts for the Sandy Loam project, how does your model account for the RECs that would be generated? Is it limited to 5 megawatts at like the capacity of 5 megawatts, or does the model assume that the generator can be dispatched more than the actual capacity value? Because it's limited by the surplus interconnection, just to clarify.
Yes. So, for the RA construct, it's an accounting exercise. Sandy Loam is at the same POI as the Plant X4 unit, 189 megawatts. So what we do is we take those two resources, and in the model, what we do is put them into an area. And the area basically has a straw connected to the rest of the system. So inside that area, the Plant X4 unit is only dispatching when the system needs are there and the energy from the Sandy Loam project aren't there. So it's getting the full amount of RECs from the energy, but the capacity contribution for the RA construct is limited by the area connection. So we can't inject Plant X4 and Sandy Loam at the same time. Sandy Loam would be taking the priority on dispatch during times of non-system emergencies. If in times of system emergencies, obviously you're going to want to have this thermal dispatchable resource taking over and following the load instead of having to have the intermittent resource being priority.
Okay, thank you. That I appreciate. That's what I assumed, and I just wanted to make sure. Hearing examiner, I know we need lunch. I'll stop now. And unfortunately I'm not I need to head to a hearing, so I won't be here this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you haven't had to give up on too many questions. But yes, I think you're right. People need a break at this particular point in time. We'll come back. We'll recess for our luncheon until 1:30, and then we'll hopefully finish with Mr. Gable and move on to our next witness. My understanding, our next witness will be Mr. Gertz. And so thank you all very much. And we are recessed until 1:30. Thank you. Remember that the YouTube is still on. Okay. Okay, I believe. Mr. Lee, how are we doing? Sorry, my phone keeps talking to my headphones. Not a good look. Okay, well, while we wait for a court reporter, you have your hand up, Mr. Larson.
I do. I just have a brief order of witness item to raise if now's the appropriate time.
Well, there's Mr. Lee. Is it, do we need to do it on the record or not on the record?
I don't think we need to do it on the record.
Okay, we can just wait then. Go ahead and tell me.
All right, thank you. So once we're through with Mr. Gable's examination, next in the order is Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Miss Fowler does have some travel related restrictions, so she could either go immediately, and I think she only has one cross-examination, or she could go next week.
Okay.
So our proposal was to just take Miss Fowler next and then jump back into the order with Mr. Gertz, if that's acceptable to you and hearing examiner Schaefer.
Okay, so we want to go. I think the only person who reserved cross for Miss Fowler is staff. Is that acceptable to staff, Miss Lang or Miss Amer?
Yes, ma'am. And I just have one or two questions from Miss Fowler, so it should be quick, I think.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Very well. Okay, well, let's go back on the record then. And Mr. Gable, I just have. Hello there, Commissioner O'Connell. Didn't mean to skip you, sir. Do you have questions for Mr. Gable?
Yeah, I had one quick one.
All right, sir, please go ahead.
Mr. Gable, can you go back to table JLG1?
Yes, sir. 1 second. It's doing a little bit of organizing, so. JLG1. Okay, I'm skipping it for some reason. I keep going to JLG. Okay, JLG1.
Okay, when I
final
look at that, the far right column says bid evaluation levelized cost. Just based on units, that looks like LCOE to me. Is that correct?
An LCOC for the battery storage projects and the thermals.
Okay, so it's two different sets of units on that same column.
Yes, we have the levelized cost of energy for the renewable projects, and then the levelized cost of capacity for the dispatchable projects.
Okay. Do you have the levelized cost of energy for the thermal projects?
With me at in my hand, probably not. I can try to look through some of the files, I think, to find that. I don't have it right in my hand. Do you have something that you want me to refer to that is readily available?
No, I'm just trying to compare energy to energy and capacity to capacity, and
Oh,
you
gotcha.
kind of given me some of one and half of the other.
Oh, I hear you.
Is it part of your testimony, Mr. Gable?
We don't have the levelized cost of energy for the firm dispatchable resources in my testimony.
Do you have it?
Um, it would be in the revenue requirement models that ultimately went into the model. But I'm not exactly sure if that's an exhibit on here or not at the moment.
So LC, your levelized cost of energy is an input to the model, not an output?
No, but the revenue requirements that we have a revenue requirement model that those revenue requirements go into the model, but it has an estimate for the levelized cost of energy and capacity on that same form.
Oh yeah, I thought you said in your testimony you were running an economic dispatch model.
We are.
So why wouldn't levelized cost of energy be an output?
I'm not saying it's an output. I'm just saying that I don't have the Encompass output runs to show right now.
Okay, can we issue a bench request to just like the resulting levelized cost of energy for all resources after economic dispatch?
Mr. Larson, do you understand what bench request 5 requests?
I believe that I do. Commissioner O'Connell, if I could just clarify. So you're looking for LCOE equivalent across all technology types in a kind of a rundown format, similar to the format of a table JLG1.
Yeah, what I gleaned from the testimony and made sense was bids were sorted based on this calculation of LCOE and LCOC, and then that informed what things to put in the model to test bids. But then testimony is that Excel uses Encompass, which my history with that is that's not really an economic dispatch model, but that's the testimony Mr. Gable's given us is that it is. I'd like to see what happens after it goes through the economic dispatch feature in Encompass. Because that's really when we're talking about it, NPVs of portfolios, those are calculated using that same output of the economic dispatch.
Yeah, thank you. We can look at the Encompass output files and see if there's a kind of a common metric that we can produce that shows the technology types
Great.
alongside one another.
Thank you.
We may need to confer amongst the team a little bit on just what those output files have.
And frankly, I was kind of surprised by the answer. So that leads to another question. My experience with Encompass is it's really a capacity expansion model. And the version I used to use, it used typical week to help inform its economic dispatch. Is that still true?
There's two separate functions of Encompass. There's the expansion, which you're referring to, and then once we have the expansion runs, then we move to a production costing run that does the 8760 look for the 20-year planning horizon.
And then is that 8760 perfect foresight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner, if I may, are we also interested in levelized cost of capacity?
When I was looking at this table, I didn't snap to the fact that they'd mixed the units in the table. And then Excel's been adamant that energy resources have no capacity. So since that's their point of view, I don't think is very valuable to get levelized cost of capacity from somebody who says there is none.
In what I'd like to find out in trying to understand the question and answers that Commissioner Aguilara, Chair Aguilara asked is whether or not Mr. Gable, there is information available with regard to projected revenue recovery for the various resources.
The revenue requirements are an input to the model. And then with the Encompass with its dispatch on the 8760, we also have estimates for fuel costs, variable O&M, and those types of things. So we can provide that information, yes.
And it's going to be on a resource. What I'd like to be able to see is that information on a resource specific category. You have that information?
Yes, ma'am. We can provide both the revenue requirements that were as an input into the model, and then we can also provide, the capital assumptions and the fixed O&M and variable O&M and fuel costs and things like that associated with in the model for the full 20-year planning horizon.
Broken down by specific resource
Yes, ma'am.
type.
Resource and resource type.
Does that also include the source of the jurisdictional source of the recovery?
I don't, but I think that might be some information that you'd have to get from Mr. Trowbridge on the exact allocation.
Okay. Mr. Larson, any question about what bench request 6 encompasses? Guess I don't want to use encompass, do I?
Yeah.
I'll rephrase that.
Yeah, you were good and you kind of confused me on that. Yes.
I know. It was kind of fun. Until I realized I didn't really want to say encompass because of encompass. The modeling software. So I'll rephrase. Any question about bench request 6 and what it is comprised of as, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. I think that was in response to one of the questions and requests that I was asking. So I just wanted to chime in to clarify one thing. It's not just the revenue requirement that I'm interested in, it's the revenues generated, the revenues from the market that are being assumed, and if not being assumed, then looking back at, let's say, the last year and what the specific resource types have been generating in terms of revenues from the market. Because what I'm trying to figure out is how is the whole picture, not just the cost, so not just the levelized cost that includes the cost of building the resources and the cost of fuel, but also how those resources perform in the market to determine how they're going to affect ratepayers. So kind of trickling down through the FPP CAC. Does that make sense? I know it makes it more difficult, but does that make sense?
Or just for clarification, the historic information, I think that we can get that. We'll talk to Mr. Parks about that. In the model, though, when you're asking about revenue, the model, what we model is the least cost solution to service customers. It's not to calculate the revenue that the companies. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that the model doesn't do that. So that's why I was asking who, and maybe it's across different witnesses. So not revenue from SPS's perspective, where what I want to do is think about these investments, because these are investments that the ratepayers are making and it affects their bills. So I want to check whether we're making prudent investments on behalf of the ratepayers. How does it affect them? So the revenue from their perspective, because they ultimately pay for these resources, not just from a fixed cost perspective, but from a variable cost perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And some resources, like renewables, who don't have fuel, end up generating larger margins in the market. And so that's what I want to see, is how those revenues are affecting ratepayer bills.
Okay.
You understand, Mr. Gable?
I do. I think that we'll confer internally to
Okay.
make sure that we're getting that information across the witnesses. I don't think that's solely a deliverable that I can provide, but I think that we can work towards it. So I appreciate the opportunity to.
Thank you. And I think that Commissioner O'Connell and Chair Aguilar, have put some information out there that in trying to understand how the company and the staff and interveners are everybody's perspective. We just need more information. We understand that SPS looks at the modeling a certain way, and I think it could be interpreted that as long as SPS recovers its cost, it doesn't really make a difference to you who it comes from, does it?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I apologize, but
Well, in the modeling, you've already indicated that, I think in your testimony to some of the cross-examination, that you're not doing a modeling where you're looking at trying to, at least in your multi-jurisdictional model, you're not trying to serve any individual jurisdiction, right?
no,
You're
we're
trying to
not.
serve your whole system,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
in keeping with that, it sort of seems like as long as you recovered the costs in that multi-jurisdictional model, it really wouldn't make any difference if you got it from Texas or New Mexico or some combination, would it?
I can't really speak to the jurisdictional split, but I can say that the modeling purpose is to identify the least cost solution for all customers. So when it comes to the allocation of who pays for what, or what's that breakup, I can't answer that question, but I do know that the model is solving for the least cost solution to customers.
To all customers as a whole, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, and so all I think we'd like some information about how it affects a particular group of your customers, i.e., um, New Mexico customers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner O'Connell, did you have any further questions, sir?
I know, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, anything further from you?
No, thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Hearing examiner Schaefer, any further questions or any questions for Mr. Gable?
My questions were already asked, so nothing from me. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you. I just wanted to get those clarifications, and I'm afraid I might confuse myself. I think the parties have asked more than enough for me to consider. So I'm going to stop and not go any further, Mr. Gable, in asking you anything. And I guess what I would say is, Mr. Larson, do you have any redirects or?
I just have a few questions. I see Mr. Stoffel's got his hand up, though. I don't know if that relates to something that was just said.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Yeah, I have just a few follow-up questions based on the questions from the chairman and Commissioner O'Connell. If I could ask those either before or after redirect. After, yep.
After the redirect, in case you have a question regarding redirect.
Sounds good.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Gable.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson.
So in terms of looking at, the different types of assets that are in the final preferred portfolio, do the clean energy projects, wind, solar, storage, do those have capacity value from your perspective?
They do.
And how is that capacity value measured?
It's measured on an accredited basis, utilizing ELCC for renewables such as wind and solar and battery storage technologies.
And just coming back to the conversation we've actually been having since we came back on, is the fact that particular resources are presented on a levelized cost of capacity basis on the one hand, or a levelized cost of energy basis on the other hand, indicative of a belief that one or the other does not have capacity value?
No.
Taking you back to yesterday afternoon with Mr. McMillan on behalf of OPL, you all had a spreadsheet up and had some back and forth about that spreadsheet. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And part of that discussion was about a lock tail and the use of the lock tail in the company's long-term planning modeling. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Is the use of a lock tail consistent with best practices and methodologies, in integrated resource planning generally?
Yes, it's a common practice among all integrated system planning.
Shifting gears a little bit to some conversations around effective load carrying capability as well as performance-based accreditation. You had an exchange with New Mexico Department of Justice counsel, Mr. Harris, I believe that was this morning, about performance-based accreditation and effective load carrying capabilities. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And that conversation came up in the context of meeting the planning reserve margin from the Southwest Power Pool. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had a discussion about meeting the requirements of the tariff. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Can you just kind of describe performance-based accreditation on technologies on the one hand, and then the use of effective load carrying capabilities for other technologies on the other, and talk about, and just briefly talk about that, and then we can go from there.
Yes. So both the methods are probabilistic methods to determine capacity contributions. Performance-based accreditation for thermals utilizes historic operation to assign its ability to contribute capacity when needed. Effective load carrying capability for battery resources and wind and solar are also probabilistic methodologies, basically used to determine the ability for that resource to be there when called upon or when needed for its capacity.
So setting aside the tariff conversation that you had with Mr. Harris, why do you use those metrics in integrated resource planning?
Well, they are best business practices to be determining the amount a resource can be relied upon for its capacity for future customer needs.
And are those unique to Southwest Power Pool or unique to the southwestern part of the country?
No, they're standard practices.
And they're standard practices all over the United States?
Objection.
Who said that?
That was
Mr.
Brian Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah, my objection is I did ask him about best business practices in other parts of the country. He testified he didn't know. So I think we're beyond the scope of his earlier cross-examination to me.
Mr. Larson?
I believe the question that was posed by Mr. Harris related to PJM and the PJM market, and the question was specific to the PJM market, which Mr. Gable said he didn't know about. My question was just more general in his experience as a resource planner, if he knows if ELCCs and PRMs are used in other parts of the country.
I'll overrule the objection and you can answer if you know, sir.
Mr. Larson, can you ask the question one more time?
Yeah, are you aware whether effective load carrying capability calculations and planning reserve margins are used in other parts of the United States?
Those are general tools utilized across the United States.
And you had a discussion with Western Resource Advocates Council, Ms. Beatles, about declining values of effective load carrying capabilities for particular technologies as penetrations increase. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And why does that dynamic occur? Just as talking about it from a general perspective.
So in general, they decline because as those individual resource types like wind and solar, as their increased use across the system, those technology types are by definition intermittent and related to the weather. So as you continue to rely on a more intermittent resource to service customer demand on an 8760, their ability to be relied upon is reduced.
And staying with the concept of reliability, you had an exchange with staff counsel, Ms. Amer. There was a series of questions asked about reliability and your understanding of reliability and how you plan for reliability. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you discussed the planning reserve margin in the context of reliability. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you talk about what LOLE is and how LOLE is considered in a planning reserve margin?
Yes. The PRM is informed by the LOLE study, which is the loss of load expectation study. The metric that's targeted is a 0.1 LOLE, which represents a 1 day in 10 year, where generation is surpassed by customer demand. So the PRM is established as the minimum requirement of reserves to meet that standard of 1 day in 10 years.
And has SPS done any kind of testing of the planning reserve margin, or is there an SPS witness that can speak to that during this hearing?
I'm not aware of us having performed a specific SPS LOLE study at this time.
I'm just talking about the performance of this portfolio.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry about that. Yes. Yes, we have had Mr. Keith Parks perform a study of the resources in this preferred portfolio as its performance against winter and summer extreme events.
Thank you, Mr. Gable. Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have anything further.
Thank you. Mr. Stoffel, I think you indicated that you had some questions based upon the commission's questions.
That's correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gable.
Afternoon, Mr. Stoffel.
Very briefly, before lunch, you had the discussion with Chair Aguilera regarding the progress the multi-jurisdictional baseline portfolio made towards compliance with New Mexico's RPS. Do you recall that?
I do.
And when the company looked at New Mexico's allocation of RECs from the MJB portfolio, that was based on an assumed jurisdictional allocation, correct?
Yes.
And that's the jurisdictional allocation the company has requested approval of in this proceeding?
I don't know. I haven't reviewed that information at this time.
And so then you talked about how you didn't look at bifurcating RECs. Do you recall that?
I'm assuming you mean separating the energy from the REC.
Correct.
The megawatt hour, yes.
And the company also didn't look at alternative allocations of the MJB portfolio between Texas and New Mexico to make additional progress towards the RPS requirement in New Mexico, correct?
No.
And so similarly, you had the
Wait. So no, you're not correct, or no, you didn't look at other alternatives?
I apologize for not being more precise. No, we did not look at other allocation methodologies in the model.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
And so similarly, when you talked about that other scenario the company modeled where you looked at RPS compliance, optimizing that along with the multi-jurisdictional baseline, do you recall that?
I do.
And so similarly, that applied an assumed jurisdictional allocation for all resources selected in that portfolio?
That's correct.
And it didn't look at an alternative allocation, perhaps resource by resource, to enable compliance with New Mexico renewable portfolio standard requirements?
By incorporating all the requirements together at one time, there was no way to be able to allocate resources to specific states in that method.
So we're clear about that alternative. Did it apply New Mexico's RPS requirement across the entire system, or only to the proportion of the system that is New Mexico load?
So in the model, there's a load that represents system-wide load, and a portion of that is New Mexico load, and a portion of that is the requirements for RECs. So the requirement was only on the New Mexico volume of load.
And then those to determine compliance with the RPS in that scenario, every resource was split between Texas and New Mexico based on their proportionate share of the system?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffel.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I had some follow-up when it's my turn.
Who said that?
Ms. Beatles? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
Thank you. Mr. Gable, the hearing examiner chimed in on cross by staff asking whether the company had submitted a bill impact analysis assuming accelerated depreciation of gains. Maybe it was of both gains and TOLC. And the hearing examiner chimed in to confirm that the company failed to present a 2045 retirement scenario. Do you recall that?
Objection. I think that misstates the hearing examiner's question about the company's purported failure to provide some kind of scenario. And apologies for speaking my objection without waiting for you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm happy if the witness can tell me what he recalls of that discussion. I took pretty detailed notes and I wrote down his response, and I feel like whether one was provided was not nailed down.
I'm gonna overrule that objection and let the witness answer if you can. And hopefully I could be characterized as she asked declaratively as opposed to she chimed.
Oh, did I use that word chimed? I'm sorry.
Go ahead and answer the question if you know the answer, Mr. Gable.
I'm not aware that we performed a bill impact analysis on an advanced appreciation scenario. I may be mistaken though.
On an advanced depreciation scenario?
Yes, or accelerated.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I might be misspeaking the words between advanced and accelerated right now, but I think we know what we're talking about. I'm not aware that we performed that bill impact analysis. I may be incorrect. You might want to ask Mr. Trowbridge. He would have been the person that would have provided that if we did do it.
Thank you. And one more question. You also answered earlier that a requirement in the RFP for projects bid in to comply with the 2045 zero carbon requirement, I believe you testified that that would be inconsistent with an all source RFP. Do you recall that?
I believe I do.
So could you explain why would a statement or requirement in the RFP that the company is subject to a zero carbon requirement in 2045, why or how would that be inconsistent with an all source RFP?
I don't think that that's exactly what was said earlier. I think you're characterizing as the company is required to be 2045 compliant, that we should have said that in the RFP. And I think that earlier when we had that discussion, it was that we were going to be requiring the resources bid into the RFP to be carbon zero. I think that's two separate things.
So it is your opinion then that it would not necessarily be inconsistent with an all source RFP?
To have stated in the RFP every requirement that the company is required to do, I don't think is inconsistent. But I think it is inconsistent to say to bidders, your project must be carbon zero by 2045, and this is an all source RFP.
All right, that clears it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Mr. Harris?
Yes, Mr. Gable, you remember just a few minutes ago, Mr. Larson asked you to opine about general use of methodologies for determining accreditation?
Yes, sir.
And you remember earlier this morning, I asked you about the PJM utility.
You did ask me about the PJM and utility, yes.
Could you agree that PJM is one of the largest utilities in the country?
I don't know its relative size to SPS.
Concerning the opinion you responded to Mr. Larson with, could you provide us with some of the facts you used to support that opinion?
It is a standard practice that we've had that I know of other consultants provide as a service to perform ELCC studies for other utilities. I base it on the facts that I can ask for an estimate for that. And that is a standard work product that a consultant can provide.
Yes, but what did you rely on? You're not a consultant here. I'm sorry, that's a compound. What did you rely on for that opinion?
That I can request the information and people understand in the utility industry what I'm asking for. It's a common metric and study that can be asked by a consultant to receive for your utility.
Did you do that between the time I asked my question about PJM and the time Mr. Larson asked you for a more generalized viewpoint?
I don't understand. Are you asking me if I found that information now?
Yeah, I'm asking you for the basis of your opinion concerning a generalized approach to methodologies used for accreditation.
I mean, I've requested those estimates before.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Okay, last call. All right. Mr. Gable, thank you very much for your time, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner, or I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gable.
And we have another witness by SPS. I believe we're going to take Ms. Fowler. Is that right?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. So we're just going to have a switch out in the witness room briefly.
Okay. And I think it was indicated that only one party reserved time. And I believe that's staff. And I believe that staff. I just lost it. Staff reserved 20 minutes, but I think Ms. Lang said it wasn't going to last 20 minutes.
I don't think so, but
Okay. Mr. Larson, you have your hand up?
Yes, apologies, Madam Hearing Examiner. My co-counsel, Mr. Skinner, is going to be presenting Ms. Fowler, but he is in the waiting room purgatory area.
Okay. I don't see. Oh, there you are. It's like I didn't see.
We'll call it limbo, not purgatory.
Yeah, well.
That's a better characterization.
Yeah, we'll put that in the chiming box.
Fair enough.
Chiming, purgatory, yeah. Okay, I just let Mr. Skinner in. Mr. Skinner, don't see your face yet.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner. Can
There
see me
you
now?
are. Good afternoon. And you have a witness, Miss Fowler.
We do, yes. Winston Skinner on behalf of SPS, and SPS next calls Tara Fowler to the stand.
Okay. Good afternoon, Miss Fowler.
Good afternoon.
I'm not seeing you yet.
Ms. Fowler, we can hear you but can't see you. If you can turn on the video.
Okay, that is not something I know how to do.
Should be on the bottom left of your screen.
There we go. Sorry about that.
There we go.
Yep.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Ms. Fowler, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Fowler, good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Good afternoon. Tara Fowler.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services. I am the Area Vice President for Corporate Development.
And Ms. Fowler, do you have a exhibit marked SPS Exhibit 18 before you?
I do.
And can you identify that exhibit, please?
This is my direct testimony on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Is there an attachment to that exhibit as well?
There is not an attachment to this.
Okay, but you have attachment.
I do. I have
TF1 here.
attachment TF1. I apologize.
Thank you. And was this exhibit prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
And if I ask you the same questions today that are in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they would be.
Thank you. At this time, SPS moves for admission of Exhibit 18.
Ms. Fowler, are the answers in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are, ma'am.
Very well, and no additions, corrections, or deletions.
No, thank you.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 18, Ms. Fowler's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 18 is admitted. Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. No further questions for me, so Ms. Fowler is available for cross-examination.
Very well. As I indicated, I believe staff reserved 20 minutes for Ms. Fowler. Go ahead, Ms. Lang.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Fowler.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lang.
I just have, I think, 4 or 5 questions for you. So let's start at the first page of your direct testimony. Starting on line 17 of page 1, that's to do with the Q&A that briefly outlines your responsibility as Associate VP of Corporate Development. And line 17 says that you oversee the development of generation projects for all of Xcel Energy's operating regions, which includes project sitting, due diligence, estimating, contracting strategy, permitting, interconnection, scheduling, major equipment procurement strategy, stakeholder engagement, and turnover to the project execution team. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you go to page 4, you discuss how the construction of energy generation resources, and I am on page 4, starting at line 6, that these resources are experiencing a volatile pricing environment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the same page, page 4, line 12, you talk about how SPS employs a disciplined project management, strategic procurement, and early engagement with suppliers and contractors to mitigate the situation, I suppose. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I had a question about a statement you made on page 11. Starting at line 2, you talk about dispatchable generation, such as generation sourced from natural gas power plants provides firm, reliable capacity that helps to integrate renewable generation sources into the larger grid, I was just wondering if you could explain the logic behind that, please.
Absolutely. So wind and solar resources are intermittent, meaning that when the wind is not blowing or the sun is not shining, they're not able to produce energy. As a result of that, you need firm dispatchable energy that can quickly replace that generation in those instances.
Okay, so I would like to go to page 14, where you at length discuss supply chain challenges, and specifically page 15, where you talk about, starting on line 6, where you talk about how lead times for large gas turbines have increased. Line 9, the cost of gas turbines has increased. And then in the following page, page 16, starting line 1, virtually all major components required to build a generation plant, creating a series of compounding constraints, further complicating project execution. So my question is, if the prices for gas turbines were so volatile and expensive, were any other sources of generation considered for the resources?
So the self-build portfolio combined a number of projects, including the gas thermal projects, solar projects, wind projects, and batteries. So we put forward a portfolio of projects for the bid selection team to choose from.
I don't understand the answer. I guess because on page 11, you talk about how you need, what was the term describing combustion generation? Let's see, dispatchable generation? Or on page 11, you talk about dispatchable generation and gas power plants being, do you see what I'm referring to in your testimony?
I see what you're referring to. Potentially, if you repeated the question, I would understand
Okay.
or be able to provide a different answer.
So my question was, in ensuring, I guess my question is, if you talk at length about how expensive and difficult obtaining gas combustion turbines have become, and I asked you, were other modes of generation considered, and you talked about what was in the procurement, and I suppose
Let
is
her
that
answer the one question first.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
The way that I understood the question was, did we look at other potential projects to bid besides gas thermal resources? And my response was that the self-build team did provide proposals for the thermal generation along with wind, solar, and batteries.
Yeah, and I know that other projects were offered into the multi-jurisdictional portfolio. But I think what the real question is whether or not the difficult circumstances that you have set forth in your testimony about cost and availability for a particular generation source, is that actually modeled? If you know, I mean, is that put in as a constraint to the modeling?
I can't answer that question. I believe Mr. Gable would need to answer that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lang.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Well, seeing that Mr. Gable has already provided his testimony, do you know anybody downstream in the witness list that would be able to answer that?
I am not sure who else would be able to answer that question besides Mr. Gable.
Well, in that case, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. And I just have a couple of well, indicate for the record, no one else reserved any time. So I think I understand your testimony. I just have a couple of clarification questions. And I know on page 12 of your testimony, in response to the question posed at lines 7 and 8, how does this increase in planned generation sources compare to historical trends? And you're referring to your testimony previously, where you're citing that that 120 gas-fired plants are planned within the next 5 years, as contrasted over the past 5 years, where you say that the United States only added 35 gigawatts of new gas generation. My assumption is that testimony means that's less than 120 gas-fired plants. Is that correct?
Subject to checking both of our math, then yes.
Okay. Well, I know, and it's your source, okay? You
Sure.
say 120 gas-fired plants for around 80 gigawatts.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and you're not telling me how many plants the 35 gigawatts are. Do you know?
Sure. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. Next time, if we're going to have two different items, compare both.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you're talking about the historical trends, and then you go on at lines 9 and 10 to say, and you're quoting a different source, that in 2022 there was only one application for a large gas turbine in the United States, the lowest number ever reported for a given year. That's your testimony?
That was specific to Siemens Energy, not to the universe of projects.
Okay. So I think I understand the projections. I just wondered, in your testimony, with regard to labor projections, and well, let me start with that. Did you use any specific jurisdiction information to testify with regard to labor rate escalation, beginning on page 19 of your testimony?
So on page 19, that's looking at an average. However, if I may just look really quick, on page 21, I do show a statistic for New Mexico increasing 12% from 2022 to 2024.
And why is it relevant that you use data from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis?
That's a third-party source that calculates these across the nation for different states.
Do we know why it increased 4% more in Texas than it did in New Mexico?
I can't speak to that, no.
Have you been listening to the testimony of the other witnesses so far?
I've been able to listen to a portion of it.
Have you generally heard that of the projects being proposed as requested in this case, and I believe also in the purchase power agreement case, that the majority of the projects are in Texas?
Yes,
Is that your understanding?
that's my understanding.
And on page 24 of your testimony, you are addressing the section D, increased cost of capital, as set forth on page 23. And at line 8 on page 24, the question posed, in summary, what are the key takeaways regarding the current market for new electric generation? You begin your answer on line 10. The two key takeaways are, number one, significant market demand for major equipment is driving up cost and lead times. And two, labor and EPC costs have increased by double-digit percentages as a result of competition for skilled labor and demand for EPC services across the United States. That's your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Is this any different in either the specific electric construction project industry than it is in any other type of industry in the US?
I can't speak to other industries. What I will say is that there is a skilled labor component specific to the electric generation industry, and that skilled labor has had a shortage, and further, they're in high demand. Not only are utilities and independent power producers constructing more projects as a result of load growth, but the AI-driven data centers, for example, are also trying to capitalize on that same labor pool for their generation needs and their construction needs as well.
Do you have any information on any specific loss or difficulty that SPS in New Mexico has encountered with regard to its labor pool?
The examples that I've heard have been speculative and that it's on the way. For example, there's a pretty significant data center campus being built within Texas. And it's my understanding that from our construction partners, they've already taken away significantly from their pools to be able, so that they are now having a much smaller pool that they can choose from to be able to commit that to other projects, such as our generation projects going forward. We've heard that on both the generation and the transmission side.
So not necessarily here in New Mexico, but you're hearing anecdotal information from Texas?
Correct.
Any information on other utilities offering incentives or trying to poach SPS or Excel related skilled labor?
I've not heard of other utilities attempting to do that. No. We've seen issues in various states where potentially we've had to pay per diems, for example, to attract labor to certain locations. I haven't necessarily seen that here, but that's something that we've had happen in other states for other projects, and so we've got awareness that that is a potential going forward.
And any other potential effect with regard to the market demand, scarcity, based on anything that you know of, that you would update this? Tariff implications for, potential, for potential components that you need, and or yeah, I'll just stop there.
Sure. So for the projects within this proceeding, we've gone a very long way to ensure that we've procured the equipment necessary. And so the procurement component of this and the long lead times have been integrated within our schedules for our in-service dates. I would say tariffs are certainly a wild card and will continue to be. Every day the news changes on what tariffs may or may not be implemented. So we certainly have accounted for a certain level of tariffs, but if those were to become extraordinary, I think that would impact anyone who is importing those types of goods, not just us.
And I know I asked a previous witness who had the chart that I think when I was asking about the components and the status, there's a whole process of, I guess, figuring out what you need and then actually putting in the order, and so I've sort of seen that process. No particular shortage of any item that the commission should be concerned about at this point, or such a long lead time that that it might make a project not actually be able to be accomplished.
My understanding is that the material resources have been secured. Where we may run into an issue is if, for example, there were a tariff or a Section 232, a change in law that would come forward at a later point in time that could impact the timing of those.
Like no wind?
I would say more like if, say, for example, our turbines are coming from Germany and all of a sudden there's a 200% tariff put on Germany.
Okay.
That sounds extreme, but we've seen extreme.
Sure.
So something like that might require that we would delay the delivery of that until there's something more manageable.
Okay. Are components fungible between the sister companies within the Excel umbrella?
To some degree, yes. So long as we haven't started construction, we can procure equipment under a separate portion of the company, and that company can be a holding place for that equipment. So for example, we may keep it in that, it's our capital services. We may keep it in there up until construction, and then we would transfer it over to the operating company. So if, yes, for example, we procured transformers for these projects and learned that, we weren't going to use them, we would potentially transfer those to another opco instead.
And is that a procedure that's worked out between who has it and who wants it? Or is that decided at Excel?
We have to be extremely careful when we make those decisions. We can't cause harm to one to serve another. And so it has to be a very agnostic decision to do something like that.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have bidding wars that one's
Correct.
gonna pay more if we can get it sooner.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely not. No.
Okay. All right, very well. Thank you. I appreciate, I think I understand the rest of your testimony. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, any questions for Ms. Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Just a few questions. Ms. Fowler, I'm Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Thank you for all your time in this case and for being here with us today. I just had a couple questions in some ways to follow up on the curiosities raised by hearing examiner Hurst. And am I correct to understand that you're in charge of the negotiation and execution of the procurement contracts for the goods that will be used in these self-build projects?
I am not the responsible party for that. Our sourcing team manages those contracts.
Okay, because I'm looking at your testimony, and it says, I manage the staff who are responsible for the negotiation and execution of acquisitions of renewable and dispatchable generation projects at various stages, et cetera, et cetera. So are you the person aware of the contracts and the terms of these contracts for procuring materials and services?
My team certainly supports that. And I could clarify what I mean by the statement in my testimony. My corporate development team is responsible for negotiating the purchase and sales agreements associated with the acquisition of a development transfer or a build transfer project, or potentially a generation project that's already in service. So for example, for the Yellow House project, another party started the development of that project, and we purchased the development of that project so that we could bid it into the RFP.
Okay, so who at SPS is responsible for negotiating the procurement of goods and services for these self-built projects?
Our sourcing team is responsible for that.
Okay, are there any, do you have a name in particular?
There's no one on the list for this particular hearing, but certainly happy to.
So are you the witness best positioned to speak to the terms of procurement contracts?
I believe that Mr. Gertz and Mr. Lytle would be the most appropriate persons to talk about the contracts that were negotiated specifically for the projects within this proceeding.
Do you have any awareness in your capacity that you've just described for us regarding the cost increase terms or force majeure provisions with respect to increase in prices in the procurement contracts?
Mr. Gertz and Mr. Lytle would be specifically to these projects. We have like master services agreements, but then we have certain contracts for each project. And
okay, we're getting a lot of referrals with the witnesses this hearing. So I'm just trying to nail down who knows, because what Ms. Hurst is raising is an issue that has been surfacing where prices increase after the negotiation of a contract. So I'm trying to ask on behalf of the commission to find out what the terms of those contracts are, what liabilities might accrue to SPS or potentially New Mexico ratepayers. So in light of that, do you have any knowledge regarding those issues?
I can speak in general terms. I cannot speak to the specific terms for each of the projects.
Well, tell us what you do know. That would be, anything is helpful.
Sure, absolutely. So for example, the EPC contract for construction of the generation projects, we've got two different construction firms. And so those contracts are going to look slightly different. Those contracts are typically open book to a degree where we're receiving different level estimates as we work through the design process. And once we get to about 90%, and I'm saying about 90 because it could vary, we get to more of a closed book firm pricing. Now I'm using firm loosely in that it's firm to a degree. There's always going to be some level of reopener. For example, many of our contracts today require tariff relief within them. So they're not going to guarantee if a tariff is applied to equipment that they'll be bringing in to construct the project. That's something that they would either pass along to us, or dependent upon the agreement, we may have to come back to the table and reach an agreement on it.
Okay, so the overall purpose of your testimony then is just to let us know that prices are increasing and we have to act immediately.
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. I have no further questions. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you,
you.
Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Mr. Skinner, any redirect based upon the cross-examination of Ms. Lang or the questions Hearing Examiner Schaefer and I have had?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, very briefly.
Very well, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Fowler, you had some questions from Ms. Lang on the rising costs of turbines and how those may have been incorporated into the modeling for this case. If we can back up for a minute and talk about whether or not SPS has fixed pricing, again, to a degree, for the turbines at issue in this case. Was SPS able to execute agreements for procurement of those turbines prior to bidding into the RFP?
I don't know the timing of when we executed the agreement on the turbines. However, I do know that they have been executed and we have firm pricing to some degree today.
Understood. And is that firm pricing indicated, or is the pricing at the time of the RFP bid submission consistent with the bid pricing that was actually indicated in those bids?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Anything further? Hearing nothing. Ms. Feller, thank you so much. You are
Thank you.
excused. All right. SPS has another witness. I believe our next witness is Mr. Gertz.
Yes, thank you, Hearing Examiner. SPS next calls Russell C. Gertz to the stand. Give him a minute to change out in the witness room.
Okay, very well. Where is the witness room, by the way?
We've got several folks in the Amarillo office of SPS, and
Okay,
got a witness room for the witness and separate rooms for others.
okay. And Mr. Skinner, you're going to be presenting Mr. Gertz?
I will.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Gertz.
Good afternoon, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear Mr. Gertz?
Mr. Gertz, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Gertz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You state your full name for the record, please.
Russell C. Gertz.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Excel Energy Services as the Director of Dispatchable Generation Development.
And do you have before you an exhibit that has been marked as Exhibit SPS 13?
I need to go around the table and grab that. I'm sorry, 1 second. Yes.
Alrighty, and could you identify that for the record, please?
It is the direct testimony of Russell C. Gertz on behalf of Southwestern Public Service.
And are there various attachments to that testimony as well?
Yes.
Was this testimony and its supporting attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions that are in your direct testimony, would your answers today be the same, and would they be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we move for admission of SPS Exhibit 13.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 13, the direct testimony of Mr. Gertz as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS 13 is admitted. Mr. Skinner?
Thank you. And Mr. Gertz, do you also have before you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 14?
I do.
And could you identify that, please?
It is the rebuttal testimony of Russell C. Gertz on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
And was this, does this testimony also include attachments?
Yes.
And what was the testimony and its attachments prepared by you under your direct supervision and control?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same and would they be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
With that, we move for admission of SPS Exhibit 14.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 14, Mr. Gertz rebuttal testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 14 is admitted. Mr. Skinner?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. No further questions at this time for Mr. Gertz. He is available for cross-examination.
Very well. And I believe in our cross-examination, chart, I believe the first intervener that reserved time is OPL. Mr. McMillan?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Mr. Gertz. My name is Michael McMillan. I represent OPL. How are you doing today?
Good. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
So on page 8 of your rebuttal at line 9, and just let me know when you're there. I'm
Yes,
not.
sir.
Okay. You say that the quick response time of CTGs the quick response time CTGs offer provides a good complement to the intermittency of renewables.
Yes.
So as you note, SPS's need for like fast acting operational flexibility, that's driven by the current and future renewables on SPS's system, right?
Yes.
And to some degree, the amount of renewables on SPS's system is driven by the requirements of New Mexico's TA, right?
If you may, the TA, define TA.
The ETA.
ETA, I thought you said TA, sorry. Okay, yes. So I guess from maybe restate your question.
The amount or the degree of renewable penetration on SPS's system is driven in part by New Mexico's ETA requirements, correct?
So I guess it's not generally my knowledge, from the perspective of developing projects for the company. The driver for the split of generation, the type of generation, is not necessarily my area of expertise.
Fair enough. Mr. Gertz, would you agree that gas generation is not the only type of dispatchable capacity that can fill in gaps in renewable availability?
I agree there are other versions of dispatchable generation, yes.
For example, batteries can be dispatched essentially instantly to fill in gaps in renewable availability, correct?
Batteries are considered dispatchable and can come online quickly, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about a different subject now. Can you turn to page 27 of your rebuttal testimony? And I'm going to start at the very last line of that and then go on to the next page. Let me know.
Okay. Yes.
The last line there, the sentence begins, of course, one limiting factor for all bids in the 2024 all source RFP was the required COD of May 1, 2030. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So what you're talking about in this part of your testimony is that it's your position that the required commercial operation date prevented SPS from submitting any viable, or excuse me, prevented Excel, the self bid team, from submitting any viable CCGT bids into the 2024 RFP, right?
The um, the date was one of the considerations or one of the requirements of the RFP. So that was one of several requirements. So yes, it was a limiting factor.
And you do say that one of the reasons that the self bid team did not submit a viable CCGT bid was that you couldn't meet the commercial operation date, right?
That is one of the factors, yes.
Okay, on page 12 of your rebuttal, on line 3, and let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay, you say, based on early phase feedback from its construction contractor, SPS estimated it would have taken at least 4.5 years to construct the combined cycle project at the scale and with the level of environmental controls necessary to comply with applicable law. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay, when did SPS solicit that early phase feedback from its construction contractor?
So as we became aware of, the needs for dispatchable generation, that would have been the fall of 23 into the early months of 24.
So when did SPS reach out to their contractor to what is the phrase? Solicit early phase feedback.
So in that time frame I mentioned, right, the fall of 23 into the early part of 24 is when we were having conversations for multiple dispatchable generation concepts. And in this case, combined cycle was one of those technologies we were looking at, and we received conceptual information about such a project.
Do you recall, with any more precision when you reached out to contractors about the timeline for building a CCGT?
I don't recall that specific date.
So in that sentence that I read a moment ago, you say that it would take 4.5 years, or they estimated it would take 4.5 years to build a CCGT with the level of environmental controls necessary to comply with applicable law. Can you explain what you mean by the level of environmental controls necessary to apply or to comply with applicable law?
The information we had at that point in time and into March of 24 was that carbon capture was going to be a requirement for a combined cycle type of facility that would have been in operation in 2032, right? That would have been the implementation date of a carbon capture requirement. And that was one of the factors mentioning environmental is that's one of the factors of operational requirements.
Now, are you referring to the EPA regulations that were adopted under Section 111B of the Clean Air Act?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that those required carbon capture for any CCGT, or was that just for CCGTs that were run above a specified capacity factor?
Yes, I agree that the rule had capacity factor requirements that I believe 40% is the right number. A unit running above 40% would be required.
Okay, so in theory, one could have built a new CCGT and run it at a capacity factor lower than 40% without it having carbon capture and still complied with those regulations, correct?
Subject to check, I would say yes, that is an accurate statement.
Mr. Gertz, did SPS reach out to a contractor to solicit a construction timeline for a CCGT without carbon capture at any point when developing its bids for this RFP?
Yes, I believe we received again, conceptual type early phase development information about what it would take.
And did you discuss that in your testimony that you filed in this case?
I do not recall. I know we provided a version of a schedule that had the carbon capture on it.
And you didn't provide a version that did not have the carbon capture, correct?
I don't know that answer.
Do you recall what the construction timeline was for a CCGT without carbon capture?
So the duration that we knew at that time was still significant relative to a carbon capture schedule. They are not dramatically different in duration, and we were also considering as part of that 4.5 years is looking at when approval to construct would be received. So I guess to add to your question, the a combined cycle unit without carbon capture, I would, well, I'll stop there. If there's more.
So I appreciate the context there, but I'm not sure that you answered the question, which is, do you recall what the early phase estimated construction timeline was for a CCGT without carbon capture?
I do not recall the specific duration for that without carbon capture.
But I think this was wrapped up in your earlier answer. It was shorter than the timeline for a CCGT with carbon capture, correct?
So what I can tell you is that the schedule we have that includes carbon capture shows the sequence of events that occurs, again, at a high level as the unit is built. There is a sequential process that the constructor would go through. The carbon capture equipment is a portion of that facility. So the combined cycle portion of that is in parallel with other construction. My answer would be that a combined cycle unit would not be appreciably shorter with or without carbon capture.
Okay, so the answer then is that, or never mind. Mr. Gertz, in developing SPS's bids for the 2024 RFP, SPS didn't work up a bid for a CCGT without carbon capture, did it?
So we provided two informational bids that were submitted. One was with carbon capture and one was without carbon capture.
That's correct. Okay, can you turn to page 13 of your rebuttal? and I'm gonna look at line 9.
Okay.
You say, therefore, the realistic window for selecting a specific technology for the Gaines County project and designing the project in sufficient detail was much shorter. It effectively came into focus as the Gaines County project's initial DICES Stage 2 process was completed in March 2024. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you told us a moment ago that you don't recall when in the time frame of fall of 2023 to summer of 2024 you solicited the feedback from a contractor on how long it would take to build a CCGT, right?
Well, I said into the early part of 24. I didn't say summer of 24.
Gotcha. So late 23 to early 24, sometime in there, SPS started soliciting timelines for a CCGT build, correct?
Yes.
And so this sentence that we just read said that then in March of 2024, the Gaines project cleared the stage 2 of the DICES process, correct?
So our interconnect request for generation out of Gaines County site, that request, yes, it cleared. The statement is that it cleared the stage 2 process in March.
Okay. And finishing stage 2 of the DICES process, that was an interconnection review, pardon me, that was a threshold requirement for bids to qualify for the 2024 RFP, right?
Right. That is my testimony. Yes.
At the time that SPS was putting together its bids for the 2024 RFP, were you aware of whether any other proposed thermal generation sites had received, or excuse me, had completed phase 2 of the DICES process in the relevant geographic region?
If I may clarify, you're asking if there was other Excel projects or others beside Excel.
Others outside of Excel, whether there were other projects other than Gaines, if there were other projects, thermal projects that had cleared stage 2 of the DICES process at the time the 2022 RFP went out, or 2024 RFP, pardon me.
I was not aware of anything else. I wouldn't have been looking for other projects.
So at the time that the 2024 RFP went out, so far as you knew, Gaines was the only project, the thermal project that had completed stage 2 of the DICES process in the relevant geographic area, correct?
I said I wouldn't have knowledge of if others had cleared. I just knew Gaines had cleared.
Mr. Gertz, would you agree with me that SPS waited until the conclusion of the IRP process to start advancing a CCGT project at Gaines?
I would what I would what I agree is that our process would have been to develop dispatchable resources that would have been responsive to the expected forthcoming IRP. That would include CTs or CCs or other dispatchable that might have been viable at that point in time. So that's how we enter into any of these, is we look for what is the optimal solution, what are the opportunities we have to bring forward reliable and cost-effective generation without presupposing the outcome.
So
Mr. McMillan, did you mean RFP
I meant
or did you mean IRP?
2023 IRP.
Okay, thank you. That's what you asked.
Mr. Gertz, when SPS first put the Gaines project into SPP's DISIS queue, it designated that interconnection point as a potential CCGT, correct?
Right, you're referring to our 2020 application for generation at the Gaines site. So yes, the initial data submittal, limited as it was, we included information that it would have been a CC, combined cycle.
And as you mentioned, that submittal was made in 2020, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gertz, thank you. I think that's all I have for you right now, and pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan.
Very well, Mr. McMillan. Okay, so you only used okay, very well. Ms. Drake, Ms. Miller, I believe the next cross-examiner is LES, and I believe LES reserved 30 minutes. Mr. Harris, you have a question?
Yes, please. I did not reserve any time for Mr. Gritz, but given that I've been very brief with the previous witnesses and am willing to take time from witnesses yet to come, I ask forbearance to cross-examine Mr. Gritz when the time is proper.
Okay, I'll put you in. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Ms. Miller will cross-examine Mr. Gertz for LES. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Miller,
Yes,
30
and
minutes.
I don't believe I'm going to take 30 minutes. So,
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gertz. How are you today?
Good, Ms. Miller, thank you.
Thank you. As much capacity is needed as possible from the Gaines plant ahead of the winter 2028-2029 season to meet SPP's winter PRM requirements. Is that right? You said that in your direct at page 14.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay. And is it correct that at least 4 units of the Gaines plant are scheduled to be placed into service before December 1st, 2028?
Yes, that is the current schedule.
Okay. And also, according to the current schedule for construction, the 5th unit will not go online until March 31st of 2029, correct?
That is our plan. That is our testimony. That's my testimony. I will add, if I may, that our processes for building projects looks for efficiencies to improve that. So we are looking for ways, knowing that the system is in need, to try to find ways to move that up and do better than what we said here.
Okay, but it's not on your current construction schedule that it will be completed until March of 2029. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, thank you.
And you joined SPS in 2006, is that right?
So I am part of Xcel Energy Services, right, the parent company. So yes, I've been with Xcel since 2006. Yes.
Okay. And while you've been with Xcel, have you experienced delays in construction of generation projects?
Yes.
Okay. And has SPS already entered into the EPC contract with is it Kiewit or TIC?
Right, Kiewit, and they're sub is not sub, part of their company is called TIC, yes. So that contract is negotiated and is intended to be signed within the next 30 to 60 days.
Okay. It is the EPC contractor, or will they be responsible under that contract for paying any SPP deficiency payments if the Gaines plant is not built on time?
There is not, there's nothing related to SPS deficiency payments in the contract.
Okay. Earlier this afternoon, Ms. Fowler testified about some challenges with labor in specifically in Texas. Would you agree, or let me ask this, is it possible that labor shortages could result in construction delays of the Gaines plant?
So what I'll answer, Ms. Miller, is that our processes and our partnerships that excel overall, and in this case SPS, with our construction partners, we do everything possible to plan for our construction, our known risks in our construction projects. The labor and the known risks and our ability to leverage our relationships there, we will do everything to try to minimize the impact of labor. And as Ms. Fowler mentioned, the techniques are many, with whether it be incentives to get labor there, and that's some of the cost drivers, right? Is to make sure we get qualified resources who can build the resources within the schedule we planned, at a quality that we need the units. We know these units need to run reliably from day one, and that is the opportunity we have, is looking at even in our current schedule, if you were to look at it, some of our units are coming online 2 to 3 months earlier than December 1st. And so what I'll say to finish answering your question more directly is, we have in place mechanisms to hold Kiewit accountable to their commitment in the contract. And there are ways to attempt to accelerate or recover if there are disruptions. And those disruptions could be everything from some equipment delayed deliveries to labor supply issues.
Okay. And that's fair enough, but would you agree that there is not 100% certainty that the Gaines plant construction will meet the timeline set forth in your testimony and in attachment RCG 6?
Every construction project has risks. And I guess my answer is, are those risks manageable? Yes, they're manageable. So I guess I would agree then, to be precise, no schedule is 100%. We could certainly discuss 99 or a different number, but not to be flippant at all, sorry. Certainly your statement is correct, that it's not 100% certain.
Okay. And would you say that the current situation in the United States is conducive or not conducive to certainty in the timing of finalizing construction for the Gaines plant?
I'll certainly, what I'll add is, this proceeding, and the reason we asked for some expeditious treatment of our request, is we knew the Gaines County project was one of those projects that needed to get construction started as soon as possible to meet our customers' needs. And we, as a development project team, have looked at every way we can be ready upon approval to achieve or beat the schedule we've proposed, schedule and cost we've proposed as a company. And having done that, I forgot your question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think you acknowledged earlier that, you know, there's never 100% guarantee on construction projects. There's always the risk that they're going to be delayed. And my question was just, in this current environment we have in the US with tariffs and availability of materials, is that current situation that we have in the US conducive to certainty in the timing of finalizing construction for the Gaines plant?
And thank you for that repeat. And so to answer your question is, our contract with our construction partner, they stand ready to achieve the dates they're going to commit to, with the given and known today. And that means our suppliers are going to hit their marks, we're going to hit our marks, labor's going to hit their marks. So yes, there is uncertainty, but we are prepared and have prepared to get ahead of the market in some ways to make sure we have attention of a top tier contractor to achieve, and they have the means and methods along with us to achieve and overcome issues that might come up. So while the industry has a lot of good challenges, Gaines is ready to be successful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gertz. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Beatles, I believe you reserved 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Gertz. I'm Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates.
Hi, Ms. Beatles. Nice to meet you.
And Mr. Nick Miller provided testimony in our behalf, and you respond in your rebuttal to his recommendations. Could you please refer to page 25 of your rebuttal? Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Starting on line 16, there is a sentence, moreover, SPS did not include estimated cost for the additional transmission facilities Mr. Miller advocates for installing. You see that, right?
Yes, thank you.
So as opposed to Mr. Miller recommending that facilities be installed immediately or at this time, doesn't he instead recommend engineering design studies to evaluate the feasibility and incremental cost of certain enhanced transmission?
Ms. Beals, I could read his, I presume though you're reading his recommendation directly. I don't have that in front of me. With that being said, yes, I understand that he is, from your words there, I understand that he is suggesting we consider beneficial use or more broader use of the facilities we're installing. We're certainly open to looking at those options, and will continue as a development team to look for future options that again provide optimal generation resources, and whether that be dispatchable or renewables that could use this equipment as well. And I've said elsewhere that the facility at Gaines is large enough to accommodate expansion.
I appreciate that. So would you accept, subject to check, that his recommendation is more specifically to perform studies and then report to the commission as a filing, what enhanced transmission the company is selecting and implementing.
So we're definitely open to considering what that would look like. Looking at engineering ideas is something we do on a regular basis. And depending on what the requirements were laid out by such a request or such a finding, we would want to consider what that is. But in principle, we're okay with looking at those engineering studies.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break? Now I've got that it's 3:26. Let's come back at 3:31 and we'll resume the cross-examination for Mr. Gertz. Remember, please, the YouTube is on. Thank you.
Judge, was this supposed to be a 5-minute break?
$10.
She said 3:31 from 3:26.
I don't know what to say.
All right. I'm listening in case you start up.
Hello, Mr. Lee.
I'm ready, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, let's go back on the record. We'll continue our cross-examination from Mr. Gertz. And I believe Ms. Lynch, Mr. DeSalen, our CCA reserved 10 minutes.
We waive our time. Thank you.
And for Prosperity Works also?
Same, yep, we waive.
Okay. Okay. And you didn't reserve any time, Mr. Harris, but you have some questions that you say
That is correct. It'll take probably 10 to 15 minutes. There's not a
Okay.
lot.
These resulted from unanticipated things or referrals?
No, it was just the fact that I was overwhelmed in my preparation for the case and I wasn't
Okay.
able to reserve time.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, go ahead.
Mr. Gertz, please excuse me for mispronouncing your name earlier. My name is Brian Harris with the New Mexico Department of Justice. Could you turn to page 17 of your testimony, please?
Mr. Harris, could you clarify which testimony you're talking about?
I'm sorry, the direct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
And here we're talking about, or you're discussing the Gaines County combined turbine,
The combustion turbines, yes.
and you list a total cost for that as 2.4 billion, is that correct?
Yes.
And then pipeline and gas infrastructure are another
I'm
100.
sorry, and then,
Oh,
I didn't hear.
and then gas pipeline and related gas infrastructure are $118. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. 117.9 million. Yep.
And the transmission network is approximately 462 million.
Correct.
So, and we're doing a back of the envelope calculation. It may not have the precision you're used to, but that's close to $500 million for $500 million for the costs surrounding the exclusive of the gas turbine. Is that correct?
Correct. And Mr. Harris, if I may, I did update this table in my rebuttal testimony. So, okay.
Okay, could you tell us what the costs are now based on your rebuttal?
Yeah, page 16 of my rebuttal is the updated table. It changes the transmission network upgrades to 243.9, and we have removed the gas pipeline infrastructure to change the project to 2.207 billion. Yeah.
202.7 billion?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Well then, thank you for the correction. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. All right, I believe our next party who reserved time for questioning is staff. And I
That's
believe staff reserved 45 minutes.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I don't think I will need all of it, so I may request to transfer any balances if I have any, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gertz. How are you?
Do well, thank you.
I would like for you to, let's start with your direct testimony. It's an attachment to your direct testimony and it's labeled RCG 8. And also your rebuttal testimony, Appendix C. Let me know when you're there.
And to clarify the on the rebuttal, is it an appendix within an attachment?
It should be. Hold on, let me. It would be the Bear with me here. It is attachment, okay, it would be page 3 of 68 attachment. Yes, it is. It is the gas turbines from 4 to 593 megawatts on page 68. Uh,
I am not in
okay,
my,
never mind. Well, we probably may not need, you probably will know what I'm talking about.
okay.
In your rebuttal, you rely on vendor material stating that SGT6-5000F is 30% capable to burn hydrogen. And it also references emissions performance down to low load. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please point us to the specific binding project documents, either in the application or in your testimonies, that show things such as EPC contract exhibit or air permit conditions, etc. These documents typically tend to guarantee that SPS can operate this project at up to 30% hydrogen.
Is that a question? Sounds like you're
Can you
testifying.
point us to
Objection.
where the working papers are?
Mr.
Is there-
Skinner, you,
I had an objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying, compound question, and I don't think Mr. Gertz, or certainly I'm not clear on what the question is at this point, especially with reference to binding project documents.
I will rephrase.
go ahead.
You make the statement that the SGT6-5000F is capable of 30% hydrogen burning. Is that correct?
Objection.
And what's your
That's not Mr. Gertz's testimony. That's what the document says. So I want to clarify that Mr. Gertz has not testified to the hydrogen capability of the turbine.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think counsel just testified for his own witness.
I think the initial question was, in your rebuttal, you rely on vendor material stating that SGT6-5000F is 30% capable to burn hydrogen. And the witness answered, and you said, is that correct? And the witness said, yeah. So
I will
go
move
on
on.
and ask if that's what you're asking your question on, Ms. Lang, go ahead and ask it.
Mr. Gertz, can you point us to where the EPC contract exhibit is for this or an air permit condition that executed the supply agreement?
So you're, to clarify, you're asking for the combustion turbines that we have purchased for these projects. You're asking for the reference of the emissions performance?
Correct, or something like that. Anything.
In relation to hydrogen?
Capability, correct.
I'm not certain that I could, I'm not certain if I included that in any of the information we would have provided. Our bid into the RFP was not required to be hydrogen capable. And thus there are no emissions numbers that would have been brought forward for hydrogen operation.
Thank you. This leads me to the next question. Uh, so do you know if these single cycle combustion turbines or CTs have ability to burn hydrogen fuel?
So these machines generally have capability. There's nothing in our current plans, in our projects proposed to provide for hydrogen combustion.
In your opinion, would a CT burning 100% hydrogen be considered zero carbon?
Hypothetically, if a machine could do that, yes, it would be a carbon-free process. I'm not aware of any machines that can do that level, so it's a hypothetical.
What about at 50%?
I am not aware of any machines at 50%.
In your opinion, what about a CT that burns biogas? Is that considered zero carbon?
I do not know the rules that would be related to defining a zero carbon gas, carbon free. I'm not familiar with that type of gas you're referring to.
When you say you're not familiar, do you mean with reference to biogas or in general?
Biogas, yeah.
Did SPS consider any of these alternatives for the present application? And I'm talking about, well, you already said you didn't consider hydrogen, but I'm going to ask you, did SPS consider biogas combustion for the purposes of this application?
No.
And do you know why? Let me backtrack. In your rebuttal, and I'm talking about page 10, line 10 to 17.
Okay.
You talk about let me just start from the beginning. As discussed in more detail in the rebuttal testimonies of Justin Gable and Zoe Lees, the 2023 IRP simply did not require SPS to submit or select.
Sorry, Ms. Lang, excuse me. As discussed in more detail of the rebuttal testimony of Justin Gable and slow down.
Please. We're good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The 2023 IRP simply did not require SPS to submit or select combined cycle bids in the 2024 all resource RFP. Is that accurate?
That is my testimony, yes.
Do you know why that was the case?
I was not part of setting the requirements of the RFP. My team was focused on finding the best reliable dispatchable generation to bid into the RFP.
What were the stated requirements?
Just got an email from our IT admin.
I'm hearing somebody else talking.
Mr. Harris, I think that's Mr. Harris. Make sure you're muted, everybody. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Lang.
I forget what I was asking. Oh, you said you, so I guess my question is, what were your instructions in carrying out that responsibility you just mentioned?
I certainly can't quote all the requirements that are there, but what I would say is that we we filled the bid forms out as required, and we submitted compliant bids into the RFP for the projects we selected to move forward with as a development team into the RFP.
Mr. Gertz, Excel, one of the bidders or the bidder, did not make any bids for any combined cycle gas turbines, did they?
We submitted informational bids into the process.
What does that mean?
They were non-binding informational bids that gave the bid team a chance to see what a combined cycle might look like if it were bid.
So Excel did in fact provide combined cycle gas non-binding bids. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, informational. We called them informational submittals. Yes.
Good to know. Would you agree with me that SPS knew of the conflict between the New Mexico RIA and the single cycle CTs, but consciously moved the CTs through the various preliminary review phases of the RFP process?
I was not involved and would not have been involved in any of that process. As the development team, we submit bids per the requirements of the bid forms, and I do not know the process that happens after that.
Do you know who would know?
I believe Mr. Gable covered that quite extensively in his time.
How involved were you with the modeling in process in choosing the CTs?
Thank you for that question. I was not involved. That is a separation as the development team. Again, we submit the bids like any other bidder. The team, Mr. Gable's team, does everything under a firewall. We cannot see what they're doing at all.
Mr. Gertz, in your, let's see, an attachment to your direct testimony, and it's labeled RCG 10. Siemens's own aero derivative materials state that the SGT A65 is highly flexible, has minimal drop-off at part load, and can cold start to full power in less than 7 minutes with high cyclic life. Is that correct?
I could go to that page, but yes, I trust that that's in that document.
Can you confirm, please, whether SPS performed a documented side-by-side technical and economic comparison for the for renewables balancing duty between the aero derivative option and the selected heavy-duty SGT6-5000F?
Objection.
Mr. Skinner?
Question is vague with respect to renewables balancing.
Ms. Lang? Do you have a further definition of renewables balancing duty?
It is a term used to compare which of the two technologies between SGT A65 and which is which was not selected, and the selected one, which was SGT 6 5000F, in terms of their renewable, in terms of how efficiency towards renewables, I guess, is the definition or clarification.
And do you want to know whether Excel performed that comparison? You said SPS.
I apologize, I meant Excel.
Do you understand the question, Mr. Gertz?
I believe that the question gets to, did we consider other alternatives besides the frame machines?
I think
Actually,
she's
it's more
specifically
specific than that.
asking, hang on, Miss Lang, you can't talk over me. I think specifically, sir, she's asking you to compare two specific technologies.
And
Yes.
same objection, Your Honor, with respect to the renewables balancing. We got a different definition. I'm not sure we got a clearer one.
Well, let me ask him if, do you understand the context of the question, Mr. Gertz?
If I can state it, I would state it as specifically aeroderivative Siemens machines in my attachment compared to the frame machines that we chose and are part of the proposed projects. The questioner is asking if we consider those as their features compared to what we did submit.
And what's your answer?
The answer would be is we look as a development team for the arrangement of a facility that will best fit the reliable, safe, high quality operation while meeting the RFP requirements. And in this case, specific to aeroderivatives, while they have a place in the utility space, they would not have, from a cost and size perspective, they would have not have filled the need of these two sites that we then did develop into full projects.
Well, while we're talking about your choices in submitting your bids, why was it that you chose to do some particular bids as full bids and others as operational bids?
The informational bids, Ms. Hurster?
Yes,
The combined cycle, and as my rebuttal and testimony says, is that we came to know that the combined cycles, with their carbon capture requirements, their inability to meet the actual window of the RFP, along with a higher cost, we chose during the course of 2024, leading up to bid, having to define our bid precisely, we chose to submit the Gaines and Tolk projects as they are in the process today.
Yeah, I understand that, sir, but that wasn't my question. My question was that you chose certain technology to be provided in a I believe your testimony was an informational basis as a non-binding bid. So why did you do that for the specific projects that you did that for?
I do not recall why that choice was made, other than us feeding the information forward as far as the limitations of a combined cycle facility.
Didn't you know by pursuing it as an informational bid that it wasn't comparable to a full bid?
Again, I'm not certain why it was chosen to be put in as informational. We provided as development, we provided the limitations we saw of a combined cycle, meaning the carbon capture and the schedule and the cost.
Right. I'm just wondering, sir. I mean, if you didn't think it was a successful winning bid, or if you thought there were limitations on a particular type of technology, then why did you waste your time even doing informational? If you knew informational wasn't going to get picked anyway.
So hearing examiner Hurst, what our process is looking at multiple sites, including CTs and including the combined cycle. So we carried and did work on those, and we submitted some of that information in our testimony. And as we developed the various projects, we had information that formed the basis for that informational bid. So we didn't do necessarily extra work. We had the base information that we could share. We carried then the actual projects forward to a higher level of development than we did with the CCs. But we had information available that we had collected and felt it was that it could be shared, and it was chosen to be shared in that manner.
Very well, sir. Thank you. Okay, I'll start your time again. Ms. Lang, go ahead.
So the answer is there is no comparison paperwork, correct?
Correct.
Actually, that is all I have for you. I'm not sure what my balance is, Madam Hearing Examiner.
You're at 20 minutes.
If I could please move that time to Mr. Ryan Merrill, please.
Hearing Examiner Schaefer, do you have questions for Mr. Gertz?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. And Mr. Gertz, thank you so much for taking the time and being here with us today. It's very much appreciated. I wanted to ask, firstly, if you can describe to us the corporate relationship between SPS and Xcel Energy Services Incorporated.
So Xcel Energy Services is the parent company, and there's an operating company. Southwestern Public Service is the operating company. So my role is a corporate level role that can and does work in all three of our regions and operating companies.
Can you explain for us the relationship between Xcel Energy Services Incorporated and SPS vis-a-vis project development, capital project development?
So we our corporate development team, generation development, who I'm a part of, we are part of Xcel Energy Services, and we provide and support each of the operating companies. So we can do generation development work, and we do generation development work in all three of our opcos.
Do you, and by you, I mean Xcel Energy Services Incorporated, procure capital projects on behalf of subsidiaries such as SPS?
I guess I would need a clarification on procure projects.
So I'm wondering if you can explain to us more about your role in procuring materials and labor for these projects.
Thank you. As Ms. Fowler testified, the corporate development team, in a renewable sense, right? She described how they operate with build own transfers and that sort of thing. For the dispatchable generation, which I'm representing here, the two projects, and how we accomplish that as a group is we are tasked with looking across our systems, finding optimal sites for generation. And again, in my case, it's dispatchable, whether that be thermal, CTs, CCs, other emerging technologies that may be available that we continually look to. So we then take those development early concepts and move them forward multiple streams, and then attempt to find optimizations and fits into the potential RFPs that may come, the needs of the system. And then we work with our various partners in the company, which would be supply chain, environmental services, gas supply, securing all of the necessary inputs that would then feed into a development project that we can then take the pieces, whether that be major equipment. As Ms. Fowler said, we have MOUs with various suppliers, reserving major equipment so we can meet the schedules that we might be coming up against in our RFPs.
In a response to one of Ms. Lang's questions, you asked if she was referring to turbines that you had purchased. You said turbines that we had purchased. Do you remember answering that?
Yes.
So has Xcel Energy Services purchased gas turbines already?
Yes. We have, and those turbines for these projects were reserved actually ahead of bid submittal because of all the market impacts, the delivery dates, and we watch this for all of our regions is what is that delivery time for these combustion turbines. And so we reserve them ahead of time for our projects.
Are they reserved or purchased? That is to say, does Xcel Energy Services Incorporated, do they have possession and title to these turbines?
Thank you. Let me clarify what I said there. The way the process works is we start with a reservation agreement, which then gets us to a purchase contract. And so for these specific projects at subject here, we have contracts for those combustion turbines with payments and delivery schedules and all that. So we have a contract for delivery of the 9 turbines that we're talking about here.
And those contracts have been executed, and
correct.
Xcel Energy Services will take possession of these gas turbines.
Correct. Those contracts, and it to be precise, it is purchased through the capital services side, the holding side, which then, as the projects are executed, they are delivered to the site for the project.
And what would happen to those gas turbines if this application were not approved?
So the process would be is we would have to look for alternative locations for those turbines. And as stated, the industry is very busy right now. And so we would look to see if there are other locations that would need those turbines.
What other materials has Xcel Energy Services Incorporated purchased in advance of any decision with respect to this application?
As we committed to the project bid and were selected, in order to meet our scheduled deadlines, we have ensured we have transformers, breakers, generically terming them as long lead items. So we've identified those items that are the long lead items in the schedule. And so we do have all those long lead items orders placed, and or our contractor Kiewit will have placed some of those as well.
Do you know, maybe not offhand, but do you know have you known at any point what the total value of those pre-purchased materials are vis-a-vis the estimated cost of the Gaines plant?
I do not have those numbers with me at this time.
I'd like to consider this a bench request, Mr. Skinner, for SPS to provide us a breakdown of materials and costs associated with respect to the Gaines plant that have already been purchased.
Understood. We got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gertz, what would happen to those materials if this application were not approved or were approved in some way that was maybe not in line with a full build out of Gaines?
So the Excel would have to consider how to either reutilize those materials at a different project. What I can say to add to that answer is that we, as a responsive bidder to the RFP, if we cannot meet and achieve our committed dates, that is a challenge, right? To delivering on our commitment to provide the energy needed for our customers. If I may, I would amend a earlier statement about hitting our schedule. I think we had asked for seeking approval in March to move things forward, right? And to the extent it extends dramatically past that, it gets harder to hit our dates. But to answer your question directly, right, it's we would have to seek where we could reutilize that equipment.
In your rebuttal testimony that you spoke about earlier briefly with Mr. Harris, you provide estimated cost breakdown. Do you remember that table?
Mm-hmm.
RCG R1?
Yes.
And those estimated costs, what is that a base case estimated cost? Let me ask another question. Let me ask it another way.
Please.
Do you have or have you prepared different estimated cost horizons based on certain risk factors such as tariffs or labor costs or other price risks?
So the costs I present here are based on the schedule to meet our commitment in the bid, right? That is what these numbers reflect. We see this as a commitment to hit this number, and we have contingencies and risk factors built in. As I stated, the start date is one of the critical factors of hitting these numbers. We will always strive as a company and as a project team to minimize the risk and achieve lower numbers than what we present. We tell you about contingency, right? So we certainly seek to improve where we can.
Have you and your team or any subsidiary team that reports up to you, have any of you prepared alternative estimations based on increased tariffs or labor shortages or critical materials availability, things like that?
Thank you for the question. We have set in motion the detailed project planning with our contractors, with our materials to achieve the schedules we've committed to in our proposal. There are
Mr. Gertz, if you could just stop and just
Mhm.
clarify, please, when you say we, are you speaking in the voice of SPS or are you speaking in the voice of Excel as a successful bidder?
I am specifically speaking that we bid in these numbers. We bid in this schedule to the RFP.
We, who is we?
The Excel Energy.
Thank you.
Thank you. There could be to the extent that the start date of our plan is delayed, those are risks that become harder to overcome. Mr. Schaefer, I don't know if I got to your question, so please reframe or re-ask if I didn't
Mr. Gertz,
accomplish that.
no apologies necessary. This is a very valuable discussion. So I am wondering not so much about schedules and any cost increases that could result in a delay in time. I'm wondering if Excel Energy Services Incorporated, as the bidder, has calculated alternative total costs for gains, for example, that have different risk scenarios in its consideration. For example, tariffs at this amount on steel, tariffs on these materials from Germany, etc., or increased labor costs due to shortages in this quarter. Are there any alternatives to your estimated costs that the commission is not aware of?
No.
As the bidder, you only presented one final estimated cost to SPS.
Yes, the as modified in my rebuttal, right? We've shown a reduced estimated cost compared to the bid due to the network upgrades primarily.
Mr. Gertz, are you and your team, or you, I guess, in particular, responsible for negotiating the contract terms with the suppliers?
My teams are the project managers, and they work with the subject matter experts, whether it be a supply chain a person that needs to work on the contractual terms. But we're involved in each of those early contracts where we develop these projects. So my team is involved.
So who's involved in negotiating contract terms at Excel Energy Services Incorporated with the suppliers?
That is our supply chain organization.
I'm going to read something from your direct testimony. It says, the question says, please briefly outline your responsibilities as Director of Capital Projects Development. And the answer says, I'm responsible for overseeing the development of dispatchable generation projects for all of Excel Energy's operating regions, which includes project siting, due diligence, estimating, contracting strategy, permitting, interconnection, scheduling, major equipment procurement strategy, stakeholder engagement, and turnover to the project execution team. Is that a correct reiteration of your answer?
Yes.
And are you saying to me and to us that you are not involved in negotiating the contract terms with suppliers?
So to give an example, there is contracting strategy. So when we identify a project that is in need of a combustion turbine at a certain size and delivery, we then go to our supply chain organization and work with them to determine which supplier will meet the needs identified in the project development process. So they are responsible to make sure the cost, the contract terms, the reservation agreement I mentioned, that all of those things are then officially executed. But it's through the project management process we have, bringing them into it for developing projects.
If the project does go over budget, if it does exceed the estimated cost that you have shared with us in the updated cost in your rebuttal testimony, who eats that overage?
I do not know the answer to that question. I'm not certain of the regulatory treatment of any potential overage.
So if it cost Xcel Energy Services Incorporated 10% more than what the estimated cost presented in your rebuttal testimony, if it costs 10% more, you're unsure of who bears that burden?
What I do know is that all of these projects are subject to rate case consideration and prudency reviews, and I believe this would be no different than that process. Any costs that are not deemed prudent would be considered at that time.
As the bidding entity, does Xcel Energy Services Incorporated have a contractual relationship with SPS?
I do not know that answer. So yeah, I do not know that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Gertz. I have no more questions. And Mr. Skinner, just a clarification that bench request was on the Xcel Energy Services side.
Understood. Thank you, hearing examiner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gertz.
Thank you, hearing examiner Schaefer. Thank you.
And Mr. Gertz, I just wanted to sort of follow up a little bit. Because I asked some similar questions. Do you know Mr. Rozak?
Yes.
With regard to transmission, and did you happen to hear his testimony?
I did not hear his entire testimony, no.
Okay, so basically, he's got a little chart, a table on page 12 of his direct testimony, and it's responsive to what's the construction timetable for transmission lines. And so in this table, he has categories for the various lines of something called an engineering start, a material order, an engineering complete, a material delivery complete, construction start, construction finish, project closeout. Do those sound like something similar to what would be applied to one of your successful bids? Those kinds of categories, and then the corresponding dates for those things?
Yes, our projects have that same, work breakdown structure that would indicate categories and then cost and or schedule breakdown. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any kind of table like that with regard to your successful bids in your testimony?
Yes, I could not quote which and where that would be provide. I don't know if I included that as testimony.
Hearing examiner Hurst, if I may.
Mr. Skinner?
In the list of attachments to Mr. Gertz's testimony, we've got attachment RCG 6, which is the construction schedule for Gaines. It may not be a one-for-one match to Mr. Rozek's chart, but it may get us to some of the relevant information that you may be after.
Okay. Do you want to look at that, Mr. Gertz?
I need to find that one.
Your attorney's saying RCG 6.
It's page 60 of 143, Mr. Gertz.
Thank you.
Smaller attachments saves time.
All right, I am at attachment or attachment RCG 6. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm just generally want to know if your process is the same as what Mr. Rozek was telling me. And I think you've indicated that these are similar items that that he used in the table just to give a construction timetable, correct?
Yes.
And what I heard from Mr. Rozek was that, for example, when you put in a material order, that basically it sounds like you're reserving a place in the queue for particular types of equipment. Does that sound about right for what you do too when you put in a material order?
Yes.
So it's not like you're going down to Home Depot and buying something that day and coming out and paying for it that day and coming home with it, is it?
What I would add for that is that there is for us, there is engineered equipment, and then there is commodities. So when you say materials, right? So an engineered equipment, the turbine, the big stuff, or pumps or valves are engineered, and so they take a little longer. If I need to buy a bunch of wire, it's more likely you can get it on a shorter schedule than engineered equipment, which is longer lead items. So
okay, and what I'm just understanding is, again, when you put in when you put in your place in the queue for something like engineered materials, which we've heard testimony, there's a long lead time for that and whatever. You're not calling somebody up and saying deliver it next week, right?
correct.
Okay. And what I also heard is not only are you putting yourself sort of in the queue for potentially getting a particular item, but that I think, as you've just testified, and what I heard previously, is that you have other people in the agency that know what the prices are and know who has what type of equipment that handles the actual purchase details, correct?
Correct.
And I think what I also heard then, so in this whole process of putting yourself, having a successful bid, beginning the parts of the process, planning for future acquisition and delivery of materials, no actual money has been requested or given by SPS yet, has it?
So yes, money has been expended, and that is part of our capital project process. That as we develop projects and
There you go with we again.
so as my team develops projects for Excel Energy,
As Excel Energy develops projects, okay?
Thank you. As Excel Energy develops projects, we are needing to, I'll use the example of reserving and purchasing combustion turbines.
Okay.
That does require that we begin paying for those long lead item, and depending on the contract terms.
Okay, right. We again.
Excel
we
Energy
are paying for them. Okay.
Excel Energy through our capital approval process. Excel Energy is placing orders for that equipment, and those orders require down payments. They require payment schedules, and that is the cost Excel Energy puts forward, the dollars Excel Energy puts forward to prepare to meet the commitment of the project, the dates that we need to go in service. So we are expending dollars. Excel Energy is expending dollars to be ready.
Right. But depending, and I don't know what the terms of your contracts are, but depending on the terms of your contracts and at what point construction payments might have to be made, or completion, or whatever your terms are, with whoever you are contracting with, in this case, SPS, do you know when SPS will actually have to pay anything to Excel Energy?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe I would need to clarify that description of a contractual relationship between Excel and SPS. My understanding is that from a capital perspective, it is one and the same, meaning the capital expense is a jurisdictional expense, regardless of whether Excel Energy Services or the jurisdiction is committing to the dollars. Subject to others who maybe have that expertise at Excel about that. But we are, Excel Energy and the project is paying for engineering, is paying for equipment. That is happening now for these projects.
Well, isn't that kind of a conflict if Excel is bidding in projects? and then the projects get accepted by Excel, that, you're basically just paying yourself.
Uh, I don't know that answer.
Okay. I have another question. And I guess I just wanted to know generally, and it seemed like a more relevant question. Over the weekend, but now that there's supposed to be snow, I don't know how relevant it is, but I'll go ahead and ask you anyway. In your role and your knowledge and experience and in your knowledge of all the system, um, in modeling to meet a particular standard, I know potentially legally or compliance wise that you have to do it, but I'm just wondering if some of these extreme events, like a certain percentage for cold weather um, down in southeastern New Mexico, how how realistic that seems to you.
So your question is related to is dispatchable generation needed in those
Well,
areas?
I guess I'm just saying, how much do you consider the weather implications? Again, I know you have certain reliability for different seasonal purpose, et cetera, but, and I know, years ago, I don't think it necessarily affected SPS, but, there were weather related issues regarding gas service here in New Mexico and in the pretty much in the northern part of the state. And I'm just wondering if you consider, like I say, weather implications to potentially affect how you model for a system.
So
Or do
thank
you?
Well, so modeling again is not my area. What I will say along the lines of your question is that our plants are designed to be resilient, right, in the face of weather events, right, and that's why these units, whether they be dual fuel units or not, they provide that resiliency piece, and we build that into our designs.
Yeah. All right, sir. That's all I had for you. Thank you. Commissioner
Thank you.
O'Connell, sir, you have questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't ask for any questions for this witness, but I just had a quick one, and
Yes, sir, please.
apologies if this has been asked and answered. Please feel free to object just to save time. But Mr. Gertz, does your team bid into RFPs for anyone outside of the Excel OpCo family?
No, we do not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Gertz, if you know, do any of the other Excel utilities have split jurisdiction?
I am familiar that, NSP, with NSP, Minnesota and Wisconsin, there's multiple jurisdictions there, multiple states. So
Do you know whether or not from trying to provide system resources, whether or not they have similar differences between jurisdictions on how to treat resources?
thank you for the question. I do not have an answer for that one.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Skinner, any redirect for your witness?
Yes, and we'll try and be brief on this. I know we're starting to butt up against the 5 o'clock hour Mountain Time.
Go ahead,
Gertz,
sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gertz, do you recall the questions you received from counsel for OPL, Mr. McMillan, regarding combined cycle units?
Yes.
So a couple of questions on that front. First, in your experience, is it common at all to have a combined cycle unit with a capacity factor below 40%?
No, that would be very uncommon.
And why is that?
Those units are able to be that baseload resource if the system needs it, and so that's baseload is defined as anything above 40%. So typically those units run much higher than 40%.
Mr. McMillan also asked you a few questions regarding the schedules, and your testimony focused on the 4.5-year approximately construction timeframe associated with building a facility with carbon capture, a combined cycle facility with carbon capture. And then you also referenced a similar timeline for a facility without carbon capture. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Why would those two schedules, one facility with carbon capture and one without, be similar?
The work for the carbon capture portion of the plant would be in parallel with a combined cycle portion of the plant. So really the pieces of that project, whether with or without carbon capture, we get done at about that 4.5-year mark.
Moving to some questions that you received from Ms. Miller. One of them was regarding the COD schedules for each of the individual units at the Gaines County site. Do you recall those questions in your testimony?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what is the construction timeline for the Gaines County project premised on with respect to a construction start date?
It was bid with an assumed March of 26 construction start.
And does your direct testimony cover that in more detail?
Yes.
We also had some questions from commission staff, Attorney Miss Lang, regarding the 30% hydrogen capability on the Siemens F-class units that are a part of this project. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And is that 30% hydrogen firing capability a native capability of those units? Or is that an add-on piece, if you will?
Subject to verification, I believe that is verification that is a capability those machines have naturally.
There were also questions, and hearing examiner Hurst touched on those a little bit with respect to Xcel Energy writ large as both the bidder in your projects and then ultimately the selector of the bids in those projects. Would you just briefly touch on your understanding of the firewall and protections in place between those two sides of the Xcel house, if you will?
Yes, the bid development team has a firewall in place where there cannot be communication between any members of the RFP or bid evaluation team. So our technical development team is completely separate and firewalled off from any knowledge of the bid team, RFP and bid evaluation team.
Hearing examiner Hurst also had some questions regarding weather reliability. Would you turn with me to page 9 of your direct testimony?
Okay.
And if you'll look with me at line 1 through 5, does your direct testimony cover some of the relevant reliability standards to which your facilities are going to adhere with respect to weatherization?
Yes, that is exactly what that says.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Any recross based upon either the redirect, Commissioner O'Connell's questions, hearing examiner Schaefer's questions, or my questions? Mr. McMillan, go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Gertz. Your Honor, I'm going to try to share my screen again. Mr. Gertz, I'm going to pull up sending the request. So, okay.
Not confidential, right?
No, it's already in the record as well. Mr. Gertz, can you see the screen share that I just put up?
I can.
So, Mr. Gertz, this is already in the record, so I'm just going to represent to you that this is an Xcel Energy presentation that was included along with attachment ZEL1 to Miss Lee's testimony. Do you agree with me that that's what this looks like?
Yep, that's yes.
Okay, I'm going to advance a few pages here. So you were just talking with Mr. Skinner about operating a CCGT below a 40% capacity factor, and you said that that's uncommon, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this chart here is discussing the attributes of various system resources in this Xcel Energy presentation. Do you agree that that's what it appears to be discussing?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the expected capacity factor percentage is for a CCGT unit on this Xcel Energy chart?
The CC column shows a 25 to 80% expected capacity factor.
And how about the CTG capacity factor?
CTG column is 0 to 25.
And Mr. Gertz, do you know off the top of your head what the expected capacity factor is for the CTG at Gaines?
We have, we will be permitted to 28.5% capacity factor.
That was all I had. Thank you, Mr. Gertz.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I could see the share today. Yay. All right. Stop the share. There we go. All right. Anything further for Mr. Gertz? Hearing nothing. Mr. Gertz, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gertz.
Thank you.
Well, I think we have come in and are near the end of our day. So I think we can go off the record unless someone has something else we need to discuss on the record.
Your Honor.
And Mr. Schaefer? Nope.
Your Honor, we do have.
There you are. Mr. Skinner, I couldn't see who was talking.
No worries. We do have our next witness is Keith Parks, and I believe the scheduled cross-examination for him was very short, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
We're happy to present him now or in the morning, whatever you prefer.
I think it's been a long day, Mr. Skinner. I think I'd prefer to start the morning with Mr. Parks. But I appreciate that offer. So we'll recess until 9 tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mr. Lee. And so we're still on the YouTube. We'll have an off the record discussion just to see where we're going to be tomorrow. And I think we're going to, as you indicate, Mr. Skinner, very brief questions for Mr. Parks. And then I am, if my notes are correct here, you've got 4 witnesses that have limited availability next week. Mr. Parks, Ms. Fleshman, Ms. McCardle, and Dr. Teisling. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because I had 8, but then you reported this morning that Mr. Oss only has limited availability Tuesday afternoon. So that, I think that gave us some breathing room on the not available during the second week column that I had. And then we have completed Ms. Fowler, Mr. Gable, who had limited availability next week, and Mr. Rozak, who had no availability next week. So I think, like I say, 1's now more available. We've done 3. And so that just leaves us 4 for tomorrow. So what I was thinking, to be safe, if we began with Mr. Parks, we went on next with Ms. Fleshman, then to, and I only see 25 minutes for, for that witness. And then I see limited questioning for Ms. McCardle, and then went on to Dr. Teisling. Then I think we could be assured that we're going to get all 4 of those limited and or not available next week witnesses taken care of, except for Mr. Oss. And we might even get him tomorrow afternoon. I don't want to be too optimistic, but I think with the times that we have, so he's 2 hours, 40 minutes. And then we've got 2 hours, 20 minutes for these witnesses. So we might get him, we might get him complete. Is that kind of what you had in mind, Mr. Skinner? Is for us to go ahead and get our witnesses we know have limited availability, and then go back in the order that you have presented?
I think that sounds like an acceptable approach.
Ms. Beatles?
I just wanted to raise an issue regarding the availability of one of my witnesses, but not until you're ready to hear that.
Okay. Anybody have any objection to what I've laid out so far as presentation for tomorrow? Nope. Okay, Ms. Beatles, you're up.
So I hesitate to ask this because I fully realize the paramount importance of getting the company's witnesses when they're available. I did in my pre-hearing memo say that Mr. Miller was not available the next week. I have learned that he is going to be out of the country and he's just concerned about his internet connectivity, but he thinks he can find a stable connection. But I guess what I'm asking is if there's any way of squeezing him in Friday afternoon, we can make it work. But he has also let me know that he can make next week work. There's 25 minutes reserved for cross-examination of him. And I just wanted to raise this now because I just, if other parties are preparing for him, I wanted to bring this up.
Okay, and he's still in the country this week.
Yes. See, he's going to be on some island off the coast of Venezuela. So
that's not the right place to be right now.
But he says they have internet, so he's been there before, this particular place, and says he can make it work. But if there is a way to squeeze him in on Friday, I'd appreciate it. But regardless, we'll make whatever work with, with gratitude.
Okay. Parties can think about it. Anybody? I'll talk this over with hearing examiner Schaefer. Doesn't sound like anybody's going to object. Party wise, I'll talk with hearing examiner Schaefer and let you know in the morning if that's okay. Ms. Beatles.
Much appreciated.
Okay, very well. Any, just put your little hand down. Thanks. Okay, so that's kind of how I'm seeing the schedule, with potentially seeing where we are and potentially being able to get Mr. Miller in before he goes away to an island. Sounds really good. I'd like to go to an island, I guess, too, especially if it's going to snow tomorrow. Okay, if we have no further procedural matters, I thank everyone for their participation. I hope you have a good evening, and I will see you tomorrow morning. And our hearing is recessed. Anything from you, hearing examiner Schaefer?
Just my expression of gratitude and thanks for everybody for their patience, focus, equanimity. We're just a few days in and have many more to go, and everyone's professionalism is very much appreciated. So thank you all, and have a good